Okay, I believe we're live.
I believe so.
And I believe Leo's going to fuck us and go to the other channel for a while.
Yeah.
I kind of thought he would do that. I predicted that. You know, it's true that evolutionists make accurate predictions because I predicted that. So,
what was the creationist prediction for this one? Nothing. Yeah.
No, I got nothing. Feel free to stop by. I can shoot you the link. What? Like I'm going to stop by. Jerkwad. Oh, guys. Anyway, Leo decided to go over to the other camp for a while. But anyway.
On a particular stream or whose stream?
On who was that? Cat Phileas or he knows me. Let's see.
Like essentially.
Okay, so MDD Aftershow. Crafty Keela. Okay. Crafty Keela.
Never heard
anyway. Of could be a her. I don't know. Could be a him. I think it's a her, Crafty Keela. So anyway, so this guy was a charlatan, and I put a whole bunch of links in the description. And this guy is, he's rat scum. He's anti-Semitism, homophobia, or homokilia, apparently, is what he's into. And he got physicists to come into his documentary by lying to him, much like even worse than Ben Stein. And a lot of people are really disenchanted with this guy. He is nothing but a snake oil salesman. I think it was. I don't know if Leo did a lot of research on him, but boy, you get a lot of links when you look his name up. A lot of really irritated people. His idea is based on, I believe the whole thing was based on relativity, that you could look at everything revolving around you, right? Or moving around you. But when you think about that, it wouldn't be moving around the earth. It would be moving around you, each of us individually, if you want to look at it relativistically, right? Am I wrong about that? I mean,
I'm not a huge
physics guy, and Lorentz equations, I don't know. But so what he does, his whole technique is to plant seeds of doubt and then ask you every time you push back on him whether you've proven anything, which sounds a whole lot like the creationists when you get them right down to it. And so it also sounds like this observational versus historical science bullshit, which is really, really bullshit when you think about it.
It's a distinction, but it's not a very good distinction.
Well, it disappears in the moment. Like if you get out of bed in the morning and you expect the floor to be there, you expect it to be there because of a historical observation or historical science, right?
Yeah.
Because the day before it worked.
Right.
Beowulf? Beowulf.
Mm-hmm.
Do you know Beowulf? Hi, Beowulf.
Hello.
Wolf.
What's going on?
What did you think?
Well, probably. Okay, I mean, what struck me the most is how occasionally I was seeing it. Sometimes Sungenis reminded me a little bit of Kent Hovind and how he's like, no, that's not right. That's not right. No, you're wrong.
Yeah,
and he nenever explains why he's wrong.
Yeah, and I found a whole bunch of blogs about him, and one of the things I saw in at least two places is that his methodology or his method of operation is to plant seeds of doubt, and then when you come back at him, he'll ask you if you've proven any of that. Can you prove it? Can you prove it? So, and to prove any of that, you would have to get very, very technical, and then he slides on to the next point. So, I mean, it was.
Well, I mean, it's kind of like a tangent in the same way, though. Like, even when you've satisfied what he's asked of you, he won't acknowledge that you've done so. right? Like,
Yeah.
oh, show me that this is actually like, that this thing is actually real and not something of your imagination. Okay, well, here's this experiment, here's the math for it, and yada yada yada. Oh, but what about this thing?
They're charlatans. They're snake oil salesmen, and Nephilim Free, Standing for Truth, John Maddox. That's all they're doing. Now, it could be that they are so good at selling snake oil that they actually believe in the snake oil themselves.
I think personally, like when we talk about Nephilim, for instance, and Standing for Truth, I don't know. But Nephilim Free seems like the type of individual where it's just he learned certain stuff in elementary school, and that's where his mind is, right? Like he's not going to take correction from more modern science, and what he believes and like what his grandpappy taught him about creationism is what he settles on, right?
Yeah.
He thinks, like, if you listen to him, he acts as if though he knows everything already, right? And he doesn't think that he can be wrong or corrected. So I don't think, like, when Nephilim is talking, for instance, like that he's trying, like that it's his intent that his intent is to intentionally derail the conversation or to like be disingenuous in spreading a false belief. I think Nephilim genuinely believes what he believes, although I think nonetheless he's arrogant and he's wrong.
Well, here's the distinction is this. They believe the Bible is what they believe, and they use science as propaganda and a talking point. They don't actually know the science or believe the science. They don't give a shit about the science. They believe the Bible first, and they're trying to come up with this rhetoric that they are the scientists now, and that all the new discoveries in science are pointing to creationism. So that, but it isn't that they believe the science or give a shit about the science in any manner. If they cared about the science, they would read the textbooks, and they would know more.
I have a textbook on genomics, and about like I haven't fully read the chapter yet, but it says, because it mentions like variable regions of DNA, and it touches on mitochondrial DNA and says the D loop of the mitochondria is especially variable.
Yeah,
like it's more variable than like the D loop of mitochondria is something that's like highly variable.
it's
Right.
not conserved, and that's why they use it for their pedigree studies.
And it even said, it basically was saying, like, if you want to obtain mutation rates on this, you really can't, right? Like the rate at which this particular loop of DNA for mitochondria just mutates very, very quickly and varies very, very heavily.
Tangelo Gressel has joined us.
Danny's here.
Oh, that too.
Oh, Danny boy.
Danny boy. Mutable Destiny, keep my name out of your mouth.
Oh, don't worry. I'll do it when you do it, Otangelo.
Otangelo Gressel is one of our favorites.
I know.
Yep.
Otangelo is so special. I mean, he's one of the few people that's managed to get kicked from like all the atheist talk shows just for like not listening to people and like interrupting people, like interrupting the some of the hosts when he wasn't supposed to.
I'm sending you a text message.
Me?
Yeah.
Wow.
Back channeling. For discussion before. No. Anyway, okay, so yeah. So we've got to get some articles on scienceandnaturalism.com, and we got to get some articles on answers in atheism. And I don't know, I think you should put your historical versus observational science on answers in atheism.
Yeah, I mean, I think that's a good topic to start on, especially because especially because of the fact that these creationists think it's such an important, and like really critical and crippling issue for evolutionists to deal with.
Yeah.
I mean, For me, I mean, it's more spectacular to deny that principle than to deny that principle than to try and be consistent with it. Because it's like essentially what you're saying. If you reject the uniformity of nature, you're saying at one point in time a set of physical laws is true, but at another point in time it's not.
Right.
For a reason, and that demands an explanation.
Which is kind of Danny's definition of supernatural. We went over that today, or magic. We were talking about what magic is.
And to me, magic is something that's just not manifest in reality. It violates the laws of nature quite blatantly.
Yeah, and that could happen at any time. Oh
boy.
Oh no.
A philosopher just walking into a room.
Okay, you two stay off each other, or I will.
Wait, no, I mean, immutable.
I will fucking mute you.
I like Immutable as a person, but he is frustrating.
Trust me, Danny. I've said the same thing to philosophers before.
I'm gonna have to mute you.
Oh no! I'm not saying anything negative, right? I mean, like there are a lot of people that I like that are very frustrating. Neff is someone I don't like, and he's frustrating.
Okay,
thanks. I appreciate that comparison.
So you like him? He's hitting.
No, I don't like Neff.
No, I mean you like Immutable.
Yeah, no, he doesn't seem motivated.
Do you like him a lot?
I have a girlfriend. Sorry.
Oh, okay. I'm just checking.
Oh, rip.
Damn. That's how it is. Okay.
Yep. Shut down.
But are you gay? You kind of sound a little gay.
Fuck off.
You.
I'm bi, but
you
I'm
sir?
bi. That's not pertinent to this conversation.
You're bisexual?
Yes.
Oh, me too. So it doesn't matter.
I'm a null sexual.
Null sexual? You mean asexual?
Well, do you have trouble finding girls? Because I feel like girls are not into bisexuals.
It's hit and miss sometimes.
Well,
mostly I'm just virtually awkward, so I'm not sure if it's lack of trying or if it's just,
They're playing the odds. I mean, why would they want to compete with the entire population when they can compete with just 50%?
Oh no, but I'm very particular. So I think that what's funny is that a bisexual could actually there could be less content. Like, I don't think you were being serious though. I shouldn't be taking you seriously, right, Speed?
What?
Well, no, I'm just saying that a bisexual could have stricter criteria than a homosexual or heterosexual.
Yeah, that's fair.
Because I have very strict criteria.
I don't know. I'm fairly lax. The categories are fairly broad, but
like if a girl is over 5'5", it's hard. It's a loss. It's like one of the things that could potentially disqualify her.
Wow. Okay, that's
because I'm 5'4", so I just
inferiority. Okay.
Yeah.
I feel like women need to be dominated.
One of those types.
Yeah, absolutely.
One of those types.
It's against nature, right? If women are dominate men.
Oh, I don't know about that.
It's nature.
If you ask me, I think
but they always do. I mean, in my 2 marriages, I was so fucking dominated that.
I think you could argue that women are the only reason that men have not self-destructed the human race.
Are you kidding me? They're the closest thing that has had them self-destruct.
Men, I agree with you.
No, women. I'm just playing. I
won't lie. A lot of men that I know are just fucking stupid.
Bisex go to hell. Gay go to hell.
So that's actually that's not the real Otangelo, is it?
That's Otangelo Grassel.
Yeah, I don't think so.
Oh, okay.
Oh no. This is like pure. This is Otangelo after he's had a couple of glasses of wine.
Oh, I see.
Yeah.
It's the real Otangelo.
No, but what you were saying, what principle? I don't think that if you think there's something non-natural and there's like something called, there's a notion of causation called singular causation, in which it's a cause-effect connection, it's a causal connection that's not understood in terms of a law-like relation or law. I don't think you're committed to saying there's no uniformity of nature as a result. I think the idea of the uniformity of nature stems from if a thing is physical, and we would expect it to interact with other physical entities in a regular way.
To me, that convolutes the overall sentiment of the uniformity of nature. At least,
well, what do you take the uniformity of nature to be?
Well, let's see.
The uniformity of nature in science simply, to me at least, states that if a particular law is true at a point in time A, then it'll be time at another time B, as long as B is not equal to A.
Well, no, I think that's fine, but that's not very. I think that's like it's not really describing what laws are about, right? What are the laws over?
I mean, a law. I mean, conventionally, like for human purposes, laws shouldn't vary with time. Like the composition.
Yeah, I'm not disputing, but look, there's laws. There can be laws, but about different things other than physical things, right? It could be like, for instance, Kant has his categorical imperative, right? That's a kind of norm or law of some kind, but it has nothing to do with like science or the physical, and it always applies, right? But the reason why that's not going to be a natural law is because it's not over natural things.
I mean, I think you can argue fairly that the natural laws do, at some point, do kind of involve things which you could call non-natural, or concepts that are.
I don't know how they, in virtue of what are they natural laws?
Well, would you consider time and space like inherently natural concepts?
No.
Okay.
Well, space, I'm not so sure. Space, that's an unknown. I would say time is a non-natural thing.
I don't. Well.
Well, do you think math is natural?
Sure. I mean, it's a pure extension of logic.
Do you think logic is natural? That's a very unpopular view, right? I think it's called logicism. Are you a logicist?
I really don't know.
To think that math is somehow reducible to logic is a view called logicism, which was forwarded, I think, firstly by a guy named I think Gottlieb Frege, right? But it's a very unpopular view now.
I don't know if philosophers and mathematicians get along. I mean,
they don't like us, but because they don't really think about these things very well, or I would say very well, very much.
I mean, I've read a bit of abstract algebra and like basic set theory and mathematical logic, and it seems to be relatively consistent with basic philosophical logic and propositional calculus.
I mean, like I get that. It seems like on the face of it, you're right. I think there's a lot of work there that they've done, though, that I'm not prepared to like give. But all I know is that the consensus is that mathematical truths can be understood independently from logical truths.
How so? I mean, mathematical objects are arbitrary by virtue of necessity, aren't they?
Yeah, right. But there can be. Go ahead.
Like when I say x minus 2 is equal to 2, x can represent anything you want it to be, right? It can stand in for any propositional statement.
Do you think that the statement a bachelor is an unmarried man is true? It's necessarily true, right? And there's also the necessity of 2 plus 2 equals 4, right? They would now. There seems to be logic that kind of supports both of those claims, right?
Sure.
But you think that I think with respect to certain mathematical statements, right? You could understand them logically just because, but I think it's only I'll have to say that I really don't know too much about it, but there's going to be tricky, outside of arithmetic and outside of going into set theory and all this other stuff. But I think there's a lot of complications, though. Like,
sure, I won't deny that one.
Like Russell's paradox is a typical response to like Frege's whole idea that we can collapse math into logical truths, for instance.
What's the paradox essentially state?
Oh God. Okay. It's so a set. I only know how to frame it in a cute little narrative. But the actual paradox, you can Google it, but it's something like is a set. I could say it in 2 sentences. You could get it in 2 sentences, but the idea is like if I use the barber analogy, maybe it's that I can
Sure,
get to.
that's fine.
Yeah, the barber analogy is something like take a barber whose job is to shave people who don't shave themselves, and presumably he's like the only barber in existence. Then who shaves the barber, right? The idea is that he can't
Right.
be, you know, so that kind of like the issue there applies to like I think the set of, I'm sorry, I'm not a math person and you are, right? Let me look. Can you just look it up really, or I can look it up.
Yeah, I think it asks for, I think it's like the set that contains all other sets except for itself, or something like that.
Yeah, something like that, right?
Weird.
But that's supposed to be a response to logicism in some way. Look, I've said this is my third time saying it. I'm not very well acquainted with philosophy of mathematics. I'm
not gonna push too hard on it. I mean, my understanding is that philosophy is math is an extension of philosophy. Well, at least an application of logic, particularly.
Yeah, so that's the logicist view. The other ones are going to be intuitionist, formalist, and then there are going to be a lot of hybrids. They're going to be people like Michael Dummett, who was a mathematician, philosopher. I think he's going to say that like mathematical statements are not about truth conditions, but about proving things, and we can prove things in math, but we're not really talking about truth. Stuff like that.
Yeah, I guess. I mean, we were going down before this. We were going down like analytic versus synthetic truth or something like that.
Well, I think what we're saying in natural laws, right? The idea is that wouldn't that law just be some kind of regulatory, like regulate a certain kind of thing in the world, right? Like natural laws, I don't think govern mathematical truths, for instance.
No, I'd say it's actually the converse of that. And I'd say mathematical truths govern truths about nature.
Yeah, it seems like to make sense of mathematical laws, you first have to make sense of certain mathematical truths. Yeah. So the point is that mathematical laws, natural laws can't be over everything, right? They're going to have to be over a set of things, right? And that's what we call the physical or natural.
Right.
So they're going to say that when if there's an interaction between something non-physical and physical, that's going to be a kind of interaction that laws are not going to be able to describe. But they're not rejecting the uniformity of nature in that sense.
I mean, my contention would be I don't think there's anything else except the natural world.
Well,
For me, at least, there's not sufficient reason to ground that claim.
Yeah, I think there are a lot of arguments against that, but I don't even know which ones to go to. But I mean, there's like, do you think they're moral truths?
Sure.
Do you think that an ought can be understood in terms of an is?
No, I think that's inconsistent.
Yeah, I don't think either. I agree with Hume, right? Now, do you think that science tells you what you should do or just tells you what's happening, what's descriptive of the world?
It does both, sort of.
So you think we can create a model about how we should treat each other?
We have
there are, so I'm a little on the fence about this, quite honestly, but there are scientists who will genuinely argue that certain synthesis of evolutionary theory in conjunction with various models of simulation can produce a natural model of morals.
Oh yeah, that sounds disgusting to me. But I mean,
I don't think so.
I mean, the point is that then what scientists do, right, is discover what is the case, not what should be the case. Right.
Well, yeah. I mean, the thing is, like, the scientific method, at least as it's generally presented, and I disagree with this model for one reason, is that you essentially have hypotheses about the world, so you have some idea about how that works, and you can mathematically formulate it. And then you have experimentation, which is essentially, testing your model against reality and seeing whether or not that particular mathematical framework and the implications bared within it actually are, consistent with what the real world seems to say.
No, but there's a problem there. The thing is that when you you can say, according to this model, this should happen. We should expect to see this. And if you don't see that, you throw away the model. The model is no good. But the thing with moral truths, right, is that if I say you should lie, you shouldn't lie, right? Let's say that's true. Okay. If everyone's lying, you don't falsify the truth that you should not lie. So they don't, it's not the same kind of norm.
No, I would say that's because, I mean,
why would you ever confuse those two things? I don't understand this ought is thing. How the ought ever got in, even brought into the fucking conversation. I don't
really know where that came from. Like who he was trying to disprove when he said that.
Okay, well, the point is that he wants to say all truths can be understood if let's just bracket logical and mathematical truths, because he said that natural laws are not going to govern any kind of those kinds of statements, but otherwise, all truths, right, or things otherwise are going to be governed by natural laws, right? And the problem is that there are moral truths as he accepted.
Yeah.
Right? So that means that if a moral truth is not a mathematical truth, right, nor is it a logical truth, although that might be, I don't think it's going to be a logical truth either. It's not like they're axioms of logic that produce what we should do as like moral agents, some might say, right? Then moral truths are going to be governed by natural laws.
So did you see that Otangelo came into the stream and he thinks that Leo got pounded, and he said, so apparently Otangelo is a geocentrist, is what he's saying.
Is he really?
You know,
apparently he's this is the sober Otangelo.
Spanked?
Yeah,
he got spanked, is what he said. So
to respond briefly to what Danny was saying, I would personally consider. I personally would consider morals to be artifacts of the natural world, in that they're created by humans, and humans primarily, but other organisms form them as well. But they're self-selecting.
They're self-selecting?
They can vary over time based upon the situation.
Yeah, but I wouldn't dispute that, right? The point is that how does that get this? So therefore, they're things that govern by natural laws.
I don't think they are.
But there's a sense in which they're true given a particular subject or society.
Right, but there's no general way to formalize that, right?
Formalize that? You have to explain what you mean.
I don't think there's a system you can construct that will tell you in any given situation what the appropriate outcome for a moral action.
Oh, I think I call it subjectivism.
Well, yeah, I agree. I mean, my idea is that the environment, if you will, determines what the appropriate moral action should be.
Well, there are not going to be laws of that.
And I agree.
So in what sense would it be natural?
It's natural because they're the result of natural agents, fickling around trying to survive.
Wait, are agents... Okay, so you're saying something natural is producing something that's not governed by laws?
That's not governed by natural laws, sure.
Okay, so that's still, you believe in a non-natural entity under my view, unless you mean something can be natural and not be governed by natural laws.
Like I said earlier, I think morals are something that are artificially constructed by humans.
But that's not going to help you here. You're just giving me the origin of the non-natural entity or truth.
I don't think there's a way that morals ought to behave in the same way. If you
I don't know what that means. There's no law, right?
Right. I don't think there's any formal law saying, like, for instance, like with an electron, like with two electrons, right? If you push them close enough together, they ought to repel each other because the mathematical law governing Coulombic interaction predicts that.
But if there's a moral truth, or if there's a truth with respect to a norm, there's the possibility of failure. But if something is controlled or explained by natural laws, there's no possibility of failure. If there is failure, there's just no law.
So what if the law is changing over time?
Well, that's fine. That means that whatever explains why the laws change is not going to be a natural explanation.
Okay, why are we drawing the supposition that natural laws must be essentially immutable through all points in time?
I didn't say that.
Right, but you just said
Where did
you
Mr.
say that if the natural
I said
law.
that the natural laws change, right? It can't be if you're not appealing to other laws that explain why other natural laws change, right? Then what explains them changing is either going to be a kind of a brute fact or explained by non-natural fact.
Non-natural facts. What the fuck are those?
Basically, facts that are not governed by laws.
Facts that are not governed by laws.
I mean, okay, I guess I'd have to change my position in that. I suppose they still would be governed by natural facts, although our ability to determine and parse out what those particular facts is might not be attainable.
I think this is my fault, but I didn't understand what you said. Could you repeat it?
It could be that there's a set of natural laws which describe how a set of morals changes over time. Although it could be that particular type of structure or framework is not accessible to humans.
Well, I think that there's large conceptual issues there. If you were to think that what explains the changing of moral truths is going to be something natural or something law-like.
How so? I mean, something can be a law, even though we don't know if we don't know the particular structure.
Yeah, I'm making a stronger claim. I'm not saying that there's some law there that we don't know of any laws that can govern moral truths. I'm saying there can't be any laws governing moral truths.
Why not?
Well, the point is that
Could you guys do me a favor and answer? Mr. Parker asked a question, and I can't go down and chat because ask Danny when the concept of atomism was created.
Maybe about 2,500 years ago, something like that.
Okay. Is that all? Yeah.
Yeah, atomism is like the view. I think it talks about like a kind of fundamentalness to like reality or the physical at the least.
What are we talking about? Okay, so what the hell are we talking about?
Moral laws.
We were talking about magic, and then somebody brought up singular causation. Singular causation.
I just realized I haven't really been listening.
Me neither. Me neither. Singular causation, what would that be?
Basically, a cause-effect relationship that's not understood in terms of a law or law-like truth.
So it would be like it would be in a whole by itself in the universe. It wouldn't be connected to anything else, just singular causation.
Well, a good example might be if the universe had a cause, right? Then if we understand the universe, now there are different renditions of the universe. I know you all have used it differently, but let's just say, for sake of argument, just to illustrate, that the universe is everything that's governed by, or everything that's physical. So all matter, all energy, whatever you construe as physical, right? So if the universe had a cause, right, that can't be physical. Otherwise, the universe would exist at the cause itself, right? If given I know you have different definitions. The point is just to illustrate singular causation for the moment, right?
Well, my definition of physical would be a lot wider than that. I'd call that the physical you're talking about a locality, basically. It's not necessarily, the laws are not necessarily different, but they're subsumed by the greater laws. Put it that way.
Greater laws. We'll have to talk about that later. But the point is that when we if we were to construe a kind of physical thing that pops into existence, let's just call that the universe for simplicity's sake, right? Whatever caused that can't namely be physical given the stipulations that I gave, right? Wow. And so that cause-effect relationship, right? If the physical is ultimately understood in terms of uniformity and laws, right? That the relationship between that cause and effect is not going to be some kind of thing that was physically necessary, because the cause couldn't have been physical, because if it were, then the universe would have existed prior to its existence.
Well,
No.
that's assuming that the universe must have existed under some kind of eternalist framework.
No,
First of all,
no, that has
when-
nothing to do. Wait, how did you get
First
that?
of all, when you cut out to when the universe was existed, there is no before.
Yeah, does there really have to be any prior?
No, there doesn't. No, yeah, I'm just illustrating to you what singular causation might look like. I don't really care.
I'm trying to figure out whether or not it's like whether it relates to magic. Okay, remember I was talking today about the unimaginative magic. Like if I intend a unicorn and one appears, that could be. I thought maybe you were talking about that kind of a singular cause as being some explanation of what the fuck magic is.
Well, I'm not so sure how to use. I mean, if you mean magic as non-natural, right?
No.
Okay, I don't know what you mean by magic.
Magic would be, I guess, shit that, yeah, I guess it would be non-natural. I don't like the way, it would violate all of the laws that we do have in this locality in the universe. Like I would be able to intend something to exist, which is what I call the unimaginative, naive version of magic. Basically I think a unicorn, I intend a unicorn, and a unicorn pops up. That sort of thing.
Yeah, but it seems like that could be natural under your view.
No.
Why?
I guess it could be by some weird ass accident, but I mean, there's no way to mentally intend something and have it exist.
Well,
because intention is itself a bunch of just sort of a collection of physical waves in a system. And they're not going to be able to gather together and make something else appear somewhere else in space.
But that begs the question right there. They're not being able, but I think, what if I'm some scientist that thinks, well, why wouldn't it be physically possible?
Why wouldn't it be physically possible for me to intend a unicorn to exist?
Yeah, it could be some physical law that we don't know about.
It would have to be a pretty stupid physical law to make a unicorn exist.
I don't know what that. I mean, you mean a stupid law isn't like a law that you wouldn't accept?
Well, no, it would have to be like a whole lot of laws to create every molecule of a unicorn, to get rid of the air where the unicorn was. They instantly pop it up.
It'd have to be a set of laws that is kind of distinct and in its own little box from the laws we're familiar with.
It sounds like a set of laws that a fiction writer would make up. You know, like some, like
yeah,
a human.
I wouldn't disagree with that. But the point is that I don't see how you could establish that it's physically impossible based on just the observations.
How is it physically impossible? Because it is so ridiculously conveyed.
Maybe
it doesn't make any sense.
She cooked for me. Can we talk about this later?
Sure.
Okay, I appreciate it. I'll see y'all later. Thanks for hosting again.
Yeah.
So Leo's still over there. Huh?
It's a feed. I mean, I think one of the things, and it just occurred to me, one thing you could say is that, like, one thing we know, or, God, what are we talking about?
Magic. Like, how magic is so contrived.
It's physically intended, right? And he was asking, how do you know it's not impossible? Well, what it means for something to be physically possible is that there's a mechanism that can allow that thing to be formed.
Yeah. Yeah, one that we could trust, one that's worked in the past, we expect to work in the future. I mean, in the idea, like I say, real magic would be if I walked into the bathroom and all of a sudden space-time went wonkers and I was in like I could somehow, I was being ripped into 6 dimensions or some fucking thing. That would be magic. Now, making a unicorn appear by intending it is sort of 7th grade magic. Like a real simple mind comes up with things that humans can imagine and make appear, right? Mm-hmm. Like, because there's a lot of problems with making a unicorn appear. Like, for one thing, where the fuck does the air that he displaced go? And how fast does it get there? I mean, there's all sorts of problems with just creating a unicorn magically by me intending it. And that's what I mean. It's all wrapped up in this idea, this myth we have of mind. We have this myth that we have this mind that intends things and that we could make things happen. And where what really happens is we intend a table and we go out and we start sawing trees and, slamming boards together. It's nothing like magic. And nothing like magic is just so contrived that it drives me crazy.
It's a naive and primitive explanation of how things come about. And
it's just silly. It's so silly that we shouldn't talk about it even hardly. But Danny was mentioning magic, and he sort of agreed with me that magic would be like this, physical laws gone wonkers, for in some like in my bathroom, right? It's a 12 by 12, so physical laws have just gone crazy in that one room to where I walk in there and I get ripped into pieces or something like that.
I think what he was trying to get at was that there must be something that lies outside of nature, in particular, something like logical laws, because logical laws are the foundation that, by which natural laws are self-consistent.
I don't know. It's so hard to imagine what is outside, what would be, and we can't even talk about outside of the universe. We're talking about the universe as being this 4 dimensions, and there's some other structure that it is just a part of. And those thinking, or we cannot conceive of anything out there because we're not that damn good at mathematics.
Well, I don't know if it's that necessarily. I think it's like, asking, like, there's a very good analogy of a fish, and that is,
right.
So imagine you're hunting a fish, for instance, right? And okay, you're hunting, and eventually you catch the fish, right? And you lambast this fish because, oh, this stupid fucking fish, it wasn't aware of, the third dimension that this,
right.
the rod and hook and sinker came
in the boat.
Right? Oh, this thing is so fucking stupid. Well, no, the fish isn't stupid, right?
It's just that's how it relates to the universe that it happens to find itself in.
Right. I mean, like to a fish, right?
Well, I don't want to say we're stupid. It's just that it's very hard for us to imagine multi-dimensional math, and I think that's kind of where the answer is.
Well, let me ask this though, right? I mean, a fish, for instance, right? Typically, if it's in a pond or something like that, it lives essentially in a 2-dimensional world. So would a fish observing, something kind of extending out from the 3rd dimension be non-natural for it? Like in the case of a person trying to catch a fish using a pole and a rod?
Yeah. I don't know. What is it like to be a bat, or what is it like to be a fish?
I think it could be answered by
that by Nagel, right? What is it like to be a bat?
I think those questions aren't so unreasonable, especially if you consider that you could manipulate and force certain parts of the mind to behave as if though it were a bat, or like it's a hyena or something like that, right?
Well, if your mind is very plastic, and if you were born into a world where there was something wonky like that going on, some dimensionality weirdness, your brain would adapt to it, and you would make sense out of it, and you'd be able to, as long as you could move your body in that world and do things and interact with things, the neuroplasticity of your brain would accommodate that new reality. And that's what fish are doing. They're accommodating the reality that they were raised in, that their brain developed in, and they figured shit out like zipping around weeds and stuff. I was watching a fish do that, and that is pretty cool, the way they zip around weeds.
I mean, one of the things, and it's like trippy, I feel like I'm on acid talking about this stuff, but like a fly, right? Like a mosquito, like flying around, right? I mean, you think, like, flying is not something that's a simple task. And it's something that takes a lot of energy, probably. But, flies make it seem really fucking easy. And especially, like, how they control their speed and, how sharply they can maneuver turns, and the fact that they don't run into things very often. And I mean, that's fucking impressive if you ask me.
Hey, on Wednesday, Creation Myths is going to debate Ken Miller.
Really?
I don't know what channel. Hopefully you can tell me. Please tell me it's not on Standing's channel. Oh, good. It's on his channel. On Creation Myths. Let me make sure I got a link to the channel. Okay, just wanted to point that out. Let me put the channel name in the. Do you have a wrench? Yeah, you have a wrench. You can put your channel up.
So I mean, what the fuck are we talking about? Like,
oh, magic and stuff and fish. Oh, neuroplasticity and adapting to very, very different weird environments. And I'm trying to flesh out my idea of walking into the bathroom and the laws of physics are fucked. To where, of course, I would die immediately because it would tear you apart, sort of. But maybe not. Is there a way to walk into a weird world? I don't think so. I think it would tear you apart.
Imagine a simpler system, right? Like you walk into a room that's kind of like shaking, right? So, it might be like rotating like really slowly. So you have to really be careful like where you're stepping in order to not fall and like break your neck or something like that.
Well, they do that thing where they put inverted glasses on you. So everything is right to left, everything's mirror image. And it only takes about 12 hours for people to adapt to it. And once you adapt to it, then you go back and you're all fucked up again. It's but you adapt to it and you can operate in that world. And it's very weird and relative. There is no such. It's like you think, okay, something got shifted or reversed in the mind, but that isn't what happened at all, because there is no mind actually. The mind is factor. Well, it's only the world.
I mean, it's a rewiring of the brain, essentially, isn't it? I mean, it's essentially some connections in the brain are being rewired to comport with other, connections that are weaker and not being, as pertinent in the time.
Yeah, and you do it with your body. It's like that's how your mind developed. Your mind developed with your body moving. It was moving your hands and legs and being able to touch things and feel things that developed this, that did this plastic imprinting. And as long as the world behaves that way, in that uniformity, you'll just feel like you're in control of it, or like you're observing the world. But actually, what's happening is the world is kind of observing at you, and your body, and you're this integrated thing in the world. There is no real mind at all.
So let me ask you a very kind of odd question. Suppose for a moment that, you run an experiment on a person where you place electrodes in a person's brain, but you do it in such a way that while these electrodes are active, right, it deactivates all 5 of the senses.
Okay.
And, you have that run for like a day or 2. So this person essentially is in, a state of stasis where none of their senses are being used.
Okay, including proprioception?
Yeah.
Feelings from your limbs and everything?
Yeah.
Okay.
Now, if that state was like suspended, right, for like a day or 2, like obviously the conductors are feeding this person, but then after the second day, you slam off the switch so that the brain can do what it needs to do again.
Turn it all back on again.
Right. Turn it all back on. What would the person be like?
I don't think it would. It would take you for a minute or 2. You'd have this feeling of cognitive dissonance because you'd be slammed. I think you'd be highly aware of every sensation for a while, for a few hours.
Being overwhelmed?
Almost to the point of being overwhelmed. But you wouldn't have to rewire anything, because when you were sensory deprived, you couldn't do any rewiring. You'd have to have some sort of, you have to have something coming from the outside world in order to rewire. Like if you put on, reverse image glasses or whatever, and then that would rewire you, and that would fuck you up when you took them off. So,
well, in that case, instead of being hooked to electrodes, imagine being in such a dark or deep cave, right, that your sensory inputs essentially become useless, right? You can't hear anything because of the density of the walls. You can't see anything because the cave is dark as fuck. You can't taste anything because there's not really any food you can eat. And you can't really hear anything because it's so fucking big that, it gets drowned out by the rest of the volume of the cave.
Yeah, and you'd be a little bit disoriented when you came back into the light, when you came back in any world, but not to too great a degree. Proprioception, you're feeling where everything is in your body. And there are other senses, like you can sense your glucose level, your blood oxygenation. You can sense whether you have a virus. There's this, Antonio Damasio calls it the internal milieu. Milieu, is that how you pronounce that? Milieu?
Oh.
It's a fucking French word. Anyway, it's this internal, like this feeling of, and that's most of what your consciousness is your body. So if you want a real sensory deprivation, you got to cut that off. You got to basically cut everything off around the brainstem, and I don't think that can be done without killing the organism. So I don't know. But I'm not. Let's see. I'm not sure where your question was again. What would happen if you came back into the world suddenly and you were blasted? I don't think there would be any neural rewiring unless you had input, of some sort. So I don't think it would take you too far. It wouldn't rock you off your heels quite as much as you would if you entered a world where everything was fucking topsy-turvy.
Right.
It's a topsy-turvy that gets you. But we rewire extremely fast to those different, like those reverse glasses. It amazed us how quickly you adapt to that. And then it's no different to you than if you're seeing left to right or whatever. The mirror image, it's absolutely no difference till you take the glasses off, and then bang, you have to go through the whole process again. So it happens pretty quickly. Go ahead.
To me, that's like some of the most interesting things. I mean, like what they say about like blind people, for instance, or something like that. Like when you lose sight or vision, for instance, like your other senses become more heightened, essentially. Like is what I've heard about that.
If what now?
If you were to lose your sense of sight entirely.
Oh yeah, everything else would be heightened.
Yeah, like that everything else, that all your other senses would be heightened.
Yeah. Well, LSD is a really good example of walking into a world where everything is slightly fucked up. The thing about LSD is that you end up getting raw sensory input. Like if you look at a table on a high dose of LSD, it ripples and curves, and that's actually what your visual information is telling you is happening. So it's kind of like your raw primary visual cortex. You're seeing that, or you're experiencing that at a heightened level. You're not experiencing the part that relates flat, like you have all these conceptual spatial things that you apply on top of your sensory input, and that makes the table look flat. But the fucking table does not look flat to your eyes. If you were to feed that information into a computer, you would end up with a depiction much like what it is to take LSD, which is really, I used to play with that stuff all the time, move my eyes back and forth and just watch what happens visually on high doses of LSD. It's really interesting. And you can also feel everything from everywhere, and you can't cut out your peripheral vision. Like if anything is happening in the periphery, you'll see it as intensely as you do the part that you're focusing on. I mean, you're aware of everything around you. In fact, that's why it's very difficult to drive. My friend was driving down the street at about 8 miles an hour, and a guy lifted his hand who was walking on the sidewalk, and my friend slammed on the brakes.
Jeez.
It was in his peripheral vision, right? But it was fucking with him. It's like, he was taking in way too much. That sort of thing. It's really
Wow.
And I'd like to know more. I wish I would give people acid and brain scan them to figure out exactly what the hell's going on there.
There is actually something of like a scientific revolution in terms of some of these people who are playing like with these psychotic drugs do want them to be, approved as at the very least, like to be used like for, potential therapeutic effects or, as drugs that do have like positive recreational benefits potentially.
I just chatted and I missed what you said.
I said there is something of like a mentality out there that does propose that some of these like psychoactive drugs like LSD should be used like as therapeutics.
Oh yeah,
should be explored as
Oh, they're powerful as hell. I did regression, memory regression. You can do that. Oddly enough, if you get a rubber ball that's real squeezable and you start squeezing it, or if you get some clay or something, you start molding it, you end up regressing and being able to remember things. And I had a pre-verbal memory before I could read of standing behind a car. There was a whole line of cars, and I actually figured out it was 1950 when it happened, or 1952 when it happened. I was probably one year and 3 months old. My grandma and grandpa had a massive party for their 50th wedding anniversary. Anyway, so I was standing in this driveway looking at a license plate, and I was standing up, and it was eye level, and I couldn't read the characters. The characters looked like Russian characters to me. They made no sense, right? And I had I can't remember. I looked at the farmhouse, and there were a few other things I remembered, but I pieced it together, and I'm pretty sure it was at that wedding anniversary party because there was a whole line of cars there. It was really weird, and I had other like memories that were pre-verbal where I was crawling on the floor and I was thinking about things, and it was weird. I had this whole idea of like my dad would come in from the yard. But he didn't like arrive in a car or drive down the driveway. He would like come in from the yard, sort of like he was coalescing onto the house. That's how I viewed things. And it was really quite an experience, but I did it with regression. But anyway, yeah, for psychotherapy, it is amazing. For one thing, it teaches you to sense things more highly. Like I had an amazing, well, I wonder if I should do this one live. I should tell you my experience with basically how I reconnected with my wife through acid after 2 years of marriage. But it was
you need to write like a biography about some of this shit.
I guess I tell most of it, but anyway, we'd gotten to the point where we'd gotten too used to each other, and we were at the point where our relationship was starting to show cracks. And we started taking acid, and we saw each other again, and it was as if we had never met. And I looked at her, and I saw her as something unique that I had never seen before. And that's something that Ellen Watts gets into heavily. That we tend to run these conceptual scripts in our mind as a result of language, and we mistake the finger for the moon. We don't see what's really there, and we start to deal with other people as if we know who they are, and we miss the surprising things that they do in each moment. It's really so in that regard, it is very good therapy for anybody who is not feeling life properly, which is what depression is basically. So it's pretty cool. But now psilocybin, I think, is being in a lot of states is being approved as a therapeutic drug for
see how that goes.
Yeah, it's going to be. I think it's going to be wonderful. I think they should have done this 30 years ago. I don't know. Anyway, stuff going on in chat.
Yeah, I mean, it's just curious. Like you think, yeah, nature's given us such a beautiful little thing, and from plants of all fucking crap.
Yeah.
Mm-hmm.
Yep.
Plants.
It does something to our minds. Very interesting something. I think I learned how to see color because of my experiences with LSD. I've talked to people on philosophy forums, and sometimes I think I perceive differently than they do, and I'm not sure if that's true. But I experience sensory things at a higher clip, I think, because of my experiences 40 years ago with LSD. I mean, it actually taught me how to feel things. And it really is interesting. And this channel does not condone drugs. I forgot to mention that.
And having almost drowned twice in my life, there are certain things like where I experience some things more strongly than others. Like sometimes I feel certain colors more strongly than others.
Oh yeah, if you go on a vacation or you go camping or you put yourself in a different environment, or if you've had a really traumatic shock, you'll typically start to feel things more intensely again. And I don't know what else.
Like, for instance, like for whatever reason, like when I'm really depressed, if I'm near dark things, like dark objects, like that really kind of like amplifies the depression.
Yeah.
Or if I'm near like brighter or, kind of like more colors that are more, I guess, uplifting, it doesn't like it makes me feel a little bit better. There's a kind of like warmth I start to feel.
Yeah. Well, we feel better in the sun,
Yeah.
You like go out on a light day compared to a dreary, drab day. You tend to animate more, and I think we're just built that way. So apparently Leo's not going to join us and talk about his debate. He's over there still talking. So
yeah, he said a couple times to come over in a few minutes, but by now it was a few minutes ago.
He said that about 30 minutes ago, I think, or an hour ago, or whatever.
If you can't tell, I'm really trying to keep this chat alive.
Yeah, we're trying to keep it going. I think I'll see if anybody else wants to come in and stimulate us.
Yeah.
I feel like Otancha is always up for a conversation, and I'm not sure.
Oh my God!
I don't know if we want to bring him in here.
I don't know if we can take that tonight.
Come on, please call. This is going to be a very interesting.
That would definitely be interesting.
Rapid shift in conversation topics if this happens.
Mm-hmm. I would at least probably have more to say.
Well, we can let you go through him if you want to.
Oh,
yeah, you can have Adam, or we could talk about.
Come on, right?
We could talk about the shit on Standing for Truth's channel that he came up with the other day about genetic entropy again. He's going on and on about this bullshit.
Ooh, I haven't seen it.
Angelo or
no, Standing for Truth last night. He did what did he do? He did a whole show last night. Some evolution show. Hang on a second here, I'll pull it up.
It's like the same shit over and over, isn't it? God.
It is. And he just slides. He is so smooth. I mean, he's a fucking sham wall salesman. Crossed with a Jehovah's Witness is what he is. Junk DNA, creation, evolution, open mic. That was the show he had last night.
Oh God!
And he had Luca on there. He had I think rational empiricist Andrew was on there. Andrew Cumming, and who else did he have on? Danny was on there for a while. They had some talks about good and evil later with Danny.
How often do we see Lena on?
She was over there.
Like that one Russian chick?
Yeah, she Lena Pa, she was over there. So
is she a creationist? I think she is a creationist. Is she?
I don't think she's a creationist, but she is a believer, a Christian. So
all right, I don't really care.
Not a creationist. She is pretty smart and she's pretty rational. Yeah, okay, those are the people that were on there. Praise and Nephilim and oh my God, Nephilim.
Nephilim really is a piece of work, isn't he?
I have to fast forward Nephilim. Beach balling for some reason. Not sure why.
For whatever reason, like Nephilim should have like a gold medal in just the ability to just talk for like eons at a time.
Yeah.
Yep. Rust on a car. Yep. Rust on a car. And I think I managed. Did I clip some parts of this? No, I haven't bookmarked this one yet. But I was going to do some bookmarks on that one. It's pretty cool. Mr. Parker's here.
If we ever decide to play drinking games regarding Nephilim free, we'll all be dead by the first minute.
Yeah, it would be
yeah.
dead pretty rapidly. I'd be blackout drunk within 20 minutes.
20 minutes? I don't think it'd take that long with Nephilim.
Yeah, maybe sooner.
Because, I mean, via Leo's rule where you have to take a shot every time he fucking whistles. Oh, boy. That's going to be, yeah. Not going to be smooth sailing.
Nope. I haven't had any bookmarks for that yet. That's too bad. There was a lot of good stuff in the beginning, I think, with... has
anybody noticed like that Smokey Tane has kind of been stalking the Rage recently?
Oh, yeah. He's trying to get... He's trying to poke him because Doc is the only one that pays any attention to Smokey right now. Nobody else is talking about Smokey anymore on any of the other channels like Praise and all that. I don't think they talk about him anymore.
I think Smokey is attention deprived.
I think he's attention deprived. And he has to pick on the one thing that he knows is going to get attention, picking on somebody's kids, Like, God,
because that's what men do.
That is so sleazy. I mean, that's how you get punched in the face. I mean, that is one place where you can almost always get punched in the face. Basically.
I mean, and the thing is, too, it's like this whole bitch shit about, oh, well, I'll go within 50 miles of where I live. It's like, dude, really? Really?
Again.
It's like, are you serious? Like, you're going to just, like, pussy out because... somebody's challenged your manhood, and it's not close enough to you. It's so inconvenient for you to demonstrate this point that you just so conveniently and so oftenly talk about. Really? Come on, man. That's stupid.
Yeah. I don't know. Smokey got boring. So
he did, because the real irony of his channel is like he wants to call out heretics and correct them and. Prevent people from being led astray.
Yeah.
But what is he doing? He's talking about knock.
He reminded me of the time I saw a turd flushing down a toilet.
How? Oh, yeah.
Yeah, that's what he reminds me of. And I think that's kind of what's happening to him. It's kind of amazing, but I think he burned his fuse a little too fast.
Yeah, I think he showed his hand a little bit too quickly.
Maddox is boring. I wish Maddox would up his game and come up with some actual arguments or actually start telling us what he really gets out of those papers.
The only thing that changes about Maddox is the growth of his beard and the loss of hair on his head.
The hair on his head and the hat he wears sometimes, because he came out with that Chomo hat in his last videos. That ski mask on top of his head.
I'm starting to feel less bad about calling him a Nazi now.
Yeah.
Oh yeah.
How did you feel? He looked like he shaved his head. I think as part of his new image or whatever. Uh-oh. Look what happened. Uh-oh.
Whoa.
Do you see that immutable in the backstage?
Oh boy.
What do you think?
Let's go.
Here he is.
Oh no. There goes
the man of the hour, D'Angelo. Right?
Yep.
It's a Beetlejuice enough.
That's what we want to see Maddox do, is at least say something other than, oh, it's a code, therefore I'm right. El Spaghetto? Who's El Spaghetto?
That seems right. That
Leo Phillips is in chat. I will be in very shortly.
Leo, you said that like 30 minutes ago.
God.
Yeah, you said
Leo,
that
we're
an
lonely
hour
without
ago.
you, Leo.
I'm not buying this bullshit.
This is an hour-long after show, and he's still not here.
Yeah, and he's a star, man. I'm sending him a message.
I'll send him some hate.
It needs to be a very strong message, Michael.
It's strong. Well, strong as I'm going to get. I'm not buying your shit, Leo. What should I say? Fuck you, Leo. You fucking Judas traitor.
Fuck you, Leo. I'm returning this Sean Carroll book. I just wanted to buy you.
Leo, show me all the beer bottles you have. I need to make sure you're still awake.
Oh, I was gonna buy you the Feynman lectures.
Oh,
Oh, that
Oh, wow.
hurt.
I decided not to.
I actually have those. I need to read them.
I have them too up here on. They've been sitting on a bookshelf collecting dust for far too long.
Same.
Yeah.
Okay, guys, let me just clarify that I am not a geocentrist like Yan Chen accused me of, just because I think that Leo's opponent tonight won. I don't think he won because of the argument, but because of his attitude. He was a cool guy. I liked his debate style.
Who?
Of course, forgot the name of the guy which debated.
Robert?
Leo
You
tonight.
you actually
Robert.
like him?
Yes,
He's
I
definitely more
like
sure
him.
of himself.
I like his debate style.
Ooh,
I mean, I'm not saying anything about his arguments because I have not enough knowledge of what he said actually, but he was pretty secure about his science.
I skipped around like in the debate, and I saw like they were talking about like a red shifting, and I'm like, Leo should have this, and the guy was just like, nah, it doesn't exist, and I'm like,
Yeah.
what do you mean? Like the Doppler effect is pretty evident for sound waves.
Oh, here's
Like,
another plug for Creation Myths tomorrow night. Oh, Tangelo, and you are gonna hash out irreducible complexity.
Ooh, I'm
And
going
there's
to
a
pin
link.
that tab.
There we go.
Yeah, it will be just a friendly chat, not debate style or something like that. Like just someone in a bar talking about something.
That's cool.
yeah, I will agree that you need a lot of alcohol to try and understand resistance.
Oh my God! Look who's here.
Oh,
It's Leo.
Here he is.
Oh,
finally,
We'll put Leo up there, and
I'm
Yeah.
surprised
bigger.
that Otangelo hasn't come in to tell you all about how much I lost that debate.
He's here.
He kind
He
of
did.
I know.
He is here.
He actually came into the room.
yeah.
No, he's here right now.
Oh,
He's-
what? I'm sorry, I wasn't looking at the StreamYard.
Say hi,
screen.
Otangelo.
He's right under you.
Hi, Leo.
How's it going?
Yeah, but let me clarify. I was very clear. I don't want anyone to accuse me that I am a geocentrist now. Okay, I'm not.
I don't think you are.
No, I'm not. No,
said-
I was just commenting about. Well, Yan Chen was accusing me that I was one, just based on the fact that I said that Robert won the debate. I just clarified that I just liked the guy was cool. He knows what he's talking about. I don't know if it's true what he said. I don't understand the science, but at least he knows what he's talking about.
No, he doesn't. Really.
He doesn't. The
Yeah,
guy
I don't know
said
about
that general relativity proves special relativity wrong, and
Yeah.
that special relativity was not developed to essentially quote unquote, and I stress the quote unquote fix because I'm just being simplistic here. Maxwell's equations and essential, not really Maxwell's equations, just electromagnetism and how it operates in general. This guy, I don't think he's a stupid person, but because he's just like Rick Delano, they're not stupid. They're just so entrenched in their asinine ideology that they'll say anything to push it. They probably know what they're saying is wrong, but they're probably making some decent cash doing it.
Well, I
I
don't know if it's wrong or it's
It's wrong.
correct.
It's
I
definitely
don't
wrong.
know it because I don't know the science. So
I
don't
do.
like
I
that.
do know the science. It's wrong. What he said is just wrong.
In
So
my
Otangelo,
In my description, I linked like 10 links to information about this snake oil salesman, this charlatan that you debated, and people have a lot of really harsh things to say about him.
Oh,
He's
yeah.
very deceptive.
Dude, Phil Plait, who's
Oh, you froze.
Oh,
froze.
You froze.
Oh no!
just fucking
I
Christ.
hate when
Why,
Leo
what the fuck is going on? Am I still frozen? Because I
No, you're good
No,
now.
you're good.
You're good
We
now.
hear you.
You're
I
good
don't know
now.
why the fuck it does that. Anyway, Phil Plait, who's got the Bad Astronomy blog, he's a really, really, really awesome astronomer, has like already completely fucking buried Syngenis in it's not that the Earth is at the center of the universe, because Syngenis is at the center of the Earth because Phil Plait buried him. Syngenis is at the center of the universe now.
Ooh.
So I'm kind of interested, Otangelo, that what is your criteria for winning a debate?
Yeah,
Just being confident?
No, that was just how can I say a subjective impression, not something objective.
Okay, well, it seems to me that
I think Leo was constantly over talking. He wasn't waiting the guy to finish his point.
But Otangelo, he wasn't. He wasn't.
Yes, Leo was
Otangelo,
constantly over talking.
you have an amazing
Constantly.
blind spot for only hearing Leo over talking, and you don't hear yourself over talk.
Yes, I do it sometimes as well. I know
Yes. Okay.
But the doctor, the Sungenis
I'm
was
aware of it.
constantly over talking him. How could you possibly think
Yes,
it was
but
the other way
Leo
around?
was talking almost nonstop.
Really, I think you should probably watch that debate again, because while I won't deny that I did interrupt him probably several times because he was just so asininely wrong in everything that he was saying, I'd say something and then he would just talk, and then I would keep talking, making it sound like I'm talking over him, when in reality he was the one that was talking over me, and I just didn't stop talking to let him continue to monologue about shit he apparently doesn't understand very well.
Well,
Like-
I've not seen the whole debate. I just saw maybe half of the last part, so I'm referencing to that.
Well, still, Leo, Otangelo, like, even if he's the loudest debater, doesn't mean he's the best debater.
I didn't say he was the best debater. I just said that he did sound very confident to me, even if I don't know if what he said was true or not, since I don't know the time.
It wouldn't.
That's a snake oils man, basically. Like,
Well, it can be. Since I don't know the signs, I cannot judge what he.
Let me hold on here. Let me ask Otangelo a really quick question. If literally practically every theoretical physicist on the face of the planet says that general relativity and special relativity are the same fucking theory defined on two completely different manifolds, would you state that is true?
I don't know it because I've not studied the topic.
Well, that's why I asked you if the theoretical physicists, the people who do study it, and who I think
You froze.
And you cut out. But we'll probably be back.
Would you agree with that?
Yeah, of
There it
course, if the majority of the specialists say that is true, then I will stick to the majority.
Yeah, everything I said is thoroughly in line with the consensus of relevant professionals and the literature that the consensus comes from.
Well, in that case, probably you are correct in what you proposed.
But it's interesting to me, Otangelo, that it doesn't matter to you whether or not it's right or not. What matters is that Dr. Sungenis was confident.
Yeah.
And believes in God.
Well, it starts to matter to me when I actually study by myself the subject and form my opinion, which I wasn't able to do tonight. And to be honest, if the Earth is in the center of the universe or not is not a topic which particularly seems important to me.
No, the question was, the point was that you think being confident that you're right wins a debate. I think being right wins a debate.
Yeah.
I wouldn't even say I won that, because most debates I don't
was-
think are win or lose, but I do think that I performed exceptionally well in representing what the science says in that debate and showing that my opponent seemingly doesn't have a very strong understanding of relativistic mechanics.
So, Leo, could I ask you this?
Yeah,
he
go
said
ahead.
something about, okay, if you pick any reference point in the universe, you can say that the universe is revolving around you because it's moving around you. And he picks the Earth, right? But you would have to pick you, Leo, or me over here, and for each of us it would be different. I mean, you wouldn't pick the Earth. Why would you pick the Earth? It's just completely random what point you pick.
Well, he was appealing.
Point.
He was appealing to the equivalence principle in special relativity, and I gave what I assumed was an intuitive and simplistic description of what that is. you have a car that's going down the road at 60 miles an hour, and you have a post that's not moving at all relative to
Right.
the car. The car is moving past the post at 60 miles an hour. There is absolutely no mathematical difference between saying that and saying the post is the one that's moving past the stationary car
Yeah, but my
at the
point
same
is,
speed.
my
So
point-
he was what
my
he was
point
doing
is
was
this.
appealing to that principle where Einstein did say you could, according to special relativity, not general relativity, special relativity, something he didn't seem to understand, you could, mathematically speaking, say that the Earth is at the center of the universe and everything moves around it and you'll get the same results. But that
Yeah, but
doesn't mean
why-
that's actually the case.
Why would you pick the Earth when you could
Because
pick
it's the Earth, it's
No,
the
hang
planet
a
we
sec.
live
Hold-
on.
wait till I ask my question. Why not pick the car or the post? Because basically one minute point would be, every point on the Earth would be a different center for the universe, basically. So his point was that you could just arbitrarily pick the Earth, and if that was his only damn argument, then that's not an argument at all.
Well, the thing is, he was actually pretty much rejecting special relativity and general relativity, while at the same time appealing to both of them. I didn't get it. I really didn't get what. I mean, I understand that fundamentally the argument that he's making is that the Earth's at the center of the universe, but how he rationalizes his way to that, I am 100% fucking lost on.
Do you know what I read
I-
about him in one of those blogs? What I read about him is that he basically comes up with some doubt. He incites doubt in you, and then he asks you to prove something. So and yet he takes no firm position himself. So his position was as slippery as a snake oil salesman.
That's exactly how flat
Yeah,
earthers.
his
do it.
position
Yeah.
seems to be that basically all math and all physics ever could be completely fabricated.
Did anybody else see
Yeah.
that when he mentioned what was it? Oh, he had mentioned that general relativity says there's an ether, and I asked him where in Einstein's field equations that is. Did anybody else notice he seemed quite irritated by that question?
You changed the subject.
He seems quite irritated every time I tried to dive into the technicalities on the subject because I don't think he understood it.
I mean, nobody understands it. I'm joking, by the way, Leo.
On the university that he belongs
I
to,
don't even
Yes.
understand general relativity.
the university that he belongs to is registered to some weird country that I'd never heard of, and it has a PO box in London where they no longer collect mail. That's where he got his PhD.
His
wait a
PhD
minute,
is from an
hold on,
unaccredited institution.
Well-respected
Hold on.
university.
He pulled.
Yeah.
Hold
It's
on.
really well respected. They don't even pick up the mail anymore.
Guys, Midnight is trying to say something.
Midnight.
He pulled a Kent Hovind. He got his degree from a paper mill.
Yeah, exactly.
I don't know if where he received it is actually a diploma mill, but I do know it is unaccredited. There are places that aren't diploma mills, like ITT Tech or DeVry, but they are unaccredited.
Midnight, your volume is a little bit low.
Yeah, it's.
Yeah, I turned him up or tried to turn him
Oh,
up.
okay.
Yeah, he is a little louder now.
I don't know. I don't know why the fuck StreamYard's never. It's
There
fine.
you are.
Yeah.
You're
I'm
up
not-
now.
It hates you. It keeps track and it hates you.
I had to turn you up too, Brenda.
Well, remember, Brenda, that Midnight is also albino, so it's kind of just a natural curse that goes along with the ride.
What the fuck?
Yeah, Midnight.
Well,
When I walked into your stream the other night, it felt like I walked into the fucking morgue.
Yeah, it kind of did. And you've walked
Oh,
into the lions.
God.
No, not really the lions then, but that stream, that stream was a shit show. All right,
What stream?
the stream I had.
Stream we
Yeah,
had last night, a few people popped in that have a history with Midnight, let's say.
Yeah, and I popped in late, and what the hell have I walked into?
Were they being dicks to you?
No, it's just that everybody was.
No,
sort of
to
like-
Midnight. Were these people being dicks to Midnight?
yes and no. Yes, they were, but good luck proving it.
Or
Well,
is
can
it just
I ask
just a hangover from Christmas?
I don't know what the hell. I just boot people who are mean to me, right?
I just reflect their attitudes back onto me.
I have yet to boot anybody, but God, I've been close.
What was your question, Leo?
Okay,
You had a question?
I was gonna ask who these people were, if you wouldn't, and you don't have to give me like their actual names, but like any screen names.
Oh, they're just the old guard from the community. Immutable
Sam the
Doctor.
scientist.
Yeah, let's not mention him on air
Who the fuck is Sam the scientist?
again,
I've heard about
Leo.
him.
He's
Well,
a research
I wanna-
scientist. He's a computational biologist, or he does computational genetics.
Bioinformatics. Close enough.
Yeah, and I wanted to meet him, and I wanted to get to know him because I heard that he was into bioinformatics. So,
yeah, he and Dragnot Silvas are friends.
by the way, Demeter did a really good talk on genome browsers the other day. If anybody is interested in bioinformatics,
Yeah, I saw that. I need to go back and
Genome browsers? You mean
browsers,
like internet browsers? Oh God, no! More intelligent design.
yes. It obviously
Funny,
is intelligently designed. Well, I don't think those genome browsers are intelligent.
No. Genomes are literally browsers, guys.
We gotta wait. We gotta wait for the character creation tool for the genome.
And we're going to try to get Demeter
Oh, believe you me, there are some scientists that are already thinking about that idea.
So John Maddox is at Smokey's channel here in the side chat commenting. So who saw that hilarious annihilation of Leo tonight? He had no idea how to deal with someone who challenged the status quo. Epic hilarity ensued.
But you know what the funny thing is? John Maddox has already stated he will not have a debate with me on physics, and I even said I don't want a debate. I just want a discussion. He won't do it. Just like SFB mod.
Where did Maddox say that?
In Smoky Saints stream that's going. I don't know if it's going on right now or what.
It doesn't surprise me that since Maddox already doesn't know fuck all about genetics, that he also wouldn't know fuck all about physics.
He knows fuck all about physics. He doesn't know fuck all about anything.
Yeah, that's true.
Well,
John Maddox
has one good argument, which is about the genetic code, and many people.
He's wrong.
No, he's not wrong. He's absolutely correct.
He is. He's absolutely
wrong.
How is he wrong?
How is he wrong, Brad?
It's not a code, dude. It's not
okay.
A code.
Before we dive down this road, I have a question, and I'd like to gauge the room. Should I troll Maddox really fast in the stream just by putting in Maddox wants to talk all this shit but won't actually have a discussion with me on the same subject?
Just call him
whatever you want. I don't care.
Should I do it?
Go for it.
Okay, I'm doing it.
I won't stop you.
Try to make Maddox. Okay, Maddox said, what did he say back here? Oh,
I don't know if he's still in the stream because I can't tag his name.
Who saw the hilarious annihilation of Leophilius tonight? I had no idea how to deal with somebody who challenges the status. Yeah, epic hilarity ensued.
Status quo. Oh no.
Epic
what do you mean?
hilarity, folks.
How do you say that? Ensued, the last word which he wrote.
Ensued.
Okay. Ensued. Okay.
Anyway.
I mean, the thing is with Maddox's argument, whether or not the genetic code is a literal code or not a literal code, it doesn't prove what he wants it to prove.
It does prove what he wants to prove. Absolutely.
No, it doesn't.
Of course it does.
We'll bracket that tonight, Tangelo.
The properties of code aren't directly related to the process of intelligence. What defines a code is the relationship between two objects, not the fact that an intelligence designed it or not.
Right.
So why is it so? Why is it so?
Why is it so what?
Okay, then. I did not say DNA.
Is going to kick your butt tomorrow night on this.
No, just let me answer that. I did not say DNA is a code. DNA stores information through the genetic code. But if we want to stick to that, even Francis Crick said in a letter, DNA is a code. I don't agree with him, but even he said that. Okay.
So Francis Crick said it, therefore it has to be true.
I am saying it's not true. I said he is not correct because DNA is a semantophoretic molecule which stores genetic information through the genetic code.
The genetic code is a code, but I mean the thing is, it's like, okay, fine.
In a more technical term, it is a cipher which translates the codons to amino acids. Now, the question, of course, and there is where I agree with John Maddox, is how do you explain the origin of that assignment? And science.
Can I comment here really quick?
Can I finish? And science has no answer to that. And Konin said we don't have an answer in the last 50 years, and there will be no answer in the forthcoming 50 years. And I fully agree with him.
How do you know there will be no
that
answer?
is
mine.
I mean, 50 years. Are you clairvoyant?
Do you know what? Yeah, I don't need to be clairvoyant, Speed, in order to say that.
Yes, you do.
You don't need to be clairvoyant to lack imagination.
What you need is just a little bit a sane understanding about the fact that molecules which are not conscient, they do not have the urge to assign meaning or to generate codes.
Can I take this one? There's 2 points. Okay, I guess not. Never mind.
Sorry.
Yeah, go ahead.
So number one, it's not a cipher. It's not a secret or disguised way of writing, which is literally what a cipher is. That's just an anthropomorphization of it. I mean, analogically speaking, I would agree with you. You know, it's kind of like a cipher because, you know, it has this stuff in it and this relates to something else and seemingly like the secretive way. Oh, it's a cipher for proteins.
It's
but
also not
JavaScript. That's not really that. Again, that would just be more an anthropomorphization. The other thing I wanted to say is that you can say that the codons assign the amino acids, and that's cool. The word assign has no connotations of intelligence. The structure of electrons around an atom literally assigns how that electron or how that atom will bond with other atoms, but there's no intelligence involved at all. The word assign does not have inherent intelligence or connotations to intelligence.
Well, the simple fact that you are making an absolute claim here, Leo, demonstrates that you have absolutely no clue at all about what you are arguing about.
Yeah, I do. It's in the definition of the word assignment. To assign something means to allocate or designate something to something else.
Correct.
Intelligence is not needed. And intelligence isn't needed for that. I agree. 100%.
Why should that state of affairs?
I agree 100%. Assign.
You cannot make comparisons between biochemistry and stars and atoms and what you are
can.
Sure you can.
Yes, you can.
Fucking God, Angelo.
Oh, logical plausibles here.
You gotta let him in.
Oh, snap. Plausibles here.
Is he here to tell me how much I don't know about relativity when I don't think he...
Oh, man. Maddox is still on this argument that's been going
Am I, like, frozen or something? Or is my mic just, like, really, really low?
No, you're just ignoring you, Leo.
Oh, I was going to say, is he here to tell me how much I don't know about physics or relativity?
He's in the back room.
He's here to tell Dr. Dan that he doesn't know.
Despite the fact that if I asked him what it meant to take the derivative of a function, he'd flounder like a dead fish.
I mean, I could tell you how to take a derivative.
Yeah, but I didn't ask you, and I don't want you to answer it.
Okay,
yeah, no one tell him.
Don't tell him.
Well, remember that taking the rules for a complex valued function is different than taking
immutable.
Yeah, damn, I was going to say damn immutable. Shh.
I won't say what it is.
No, don't tell him. Just bring him in and ask him.
Well, he probably already knows. I mean, it's John Maddox. Come on, he's going to come in the room, and the level of IQ is going to collectively increase by 150 points. He's like
come here and wreck all of us.
Let me ask you something.
Like Jeff Bezos in South Park, he's just the big brain that can just communicate without actually physically speaking. Go ahead, Otangelo.
All right, is intelligence in a function?
Is the relationship between the codons and amino acids a mapping?
A mapping? I suppose you could word it that way, yeah. I mean, yeah. It maps one to the other. Yeah.
Okay, so do you see that in atoms and in stars?
In atoms, yeah.
Sure.
We see that.
Yeah.
Where and how?
You can map particular molecules.
In the forces that make up an atom and how those atoms interact with other atoms.
So quantum mechanically, you can create a mathematical description of what a particular molecule looks like, despite it being enormously complicated. And that mathematical function, to a certain level of precision, will map out the physical shape of that function and the properties it has.
By the way, Speed, can you let LPP in before he runs away?
Can I do what?
Let LPP in before he gets bored and runs away.
I sent a link out. I sent the link out in.
Well, somebody said he was backstage.
No, he wasn't backstage, was he?
Yeah, he was. He was.
Well, where the hell did he go?
Was he? Well, he's gone now.
How do you see his backstage?
So John Maddox is
Maybe come back.
Well, if somebody let him in. I mean, Leo, you got the key.
Maybe come back.
Please, John, come back.
Tell me correctly.
We're lonely.
Can you tell me if I wrote the function of John's IQ correctly?
I don't know. Did you? Why don't you ask him?
Oh, I didn't include 0. Sorry, my bad.
I need to. I need to
You can't abide by that.
again.
Well,
Step
here's
up.
a question. Here's a question for Otangelo. Can information exist without physical phenomenon?
Yes, of course.
I mean, yeah, that's incorrect. That's
Yeah,
incorrect.
I don't think so.
Well, my question would be.
The deeper question, Brenda, is if minds can exist without a physical substrate. And
no.
of course,
Yeah, no.
and of course,
No.
if you are a monist, then of course you will deny that. But if you are a dualist, as I am, then you will say yes, it is possible. And
Yeah,
since
but the
I am a
dualists are
dualist,
wrong.
and since
Yeah,
I am
dualists
a
are wrong.
dualist, then I can say that information can exist in a mind which doesn't require necessarily
Care to demonstrate it?
physical substrate.
Could you give me an example of a mind that exists without
Well, I
a
can
physical-
give you I can
physical
give you a
substrate?
link. Yes, I can give you a link, and then you can.
just one mind?
No,
Just one
He
mind.
doesn't want a link. He
Put
wants
a name on it. Name it.
Yes, yes, there are many
a
NDE.
link. She wants huge.
There are many NDE examples where people relate about experiences which they did when they were outside of their body.
Yeah,
We
I want an
created-
example, just an example of a mind. I
Otangelo,
don't want
you-
stories, not stories, just an example of a mind that exists without any kind of physical phenomenon.
Otangelo, your worst nightmare just got in.
Oh,
I don't
LPP was in the back room again, and then he left again.
How are you seeing how he's in the
serious?
I
background?
don't know. I
where-
don't know.
where's this
I
happening?
see it.
What?
Maybe. I don't know.
But I wanted to say we've actually chemically recreated NDEs. We know what chemicals are involved. We know the sort of stuff that goes on in the brain, and we know that they are entirely physical effects happening to the physical brain.
I'm getting. I'm sorry. I'm confused. I'm seeing the when Speed of Sound puts up a quote, and I was interpreting that as somebody being behind in the backstage, and I think I'm wrong.
Well,
Ooh.
it's no
We've got
surprise-
one more spot open, John. Come on, let's book up the proverbial CO Jones and come on in, huh?
So Otangelo and John Maddox, if you're listening, information is simply a non-random pattern. And for patterns to have to exist, there's something that has to be arranged in a pattern. So information necessarily depends on physical, objective phenomenon existing.
Well, just to add to that, we've never had an instance where information has been created or destroyed where there wasn't a corresponding change in the thermodynamic energy or the thermodynamic entropy of that system. If information were truly non-physical, it should have absolutely no relation to thermodynamics, but it does. This is well established in information theory. Well established. If information, just one more point, if information truly was non-physical, you wouldn't need larger processors to process more information more quickly. It would have no dependence on physical structure whatsoever, but it does.
That is a good point. Honest to God.
Welcome, Dan.
Yeah.
Howdy.
Good evening, everybody. I popped in because I see our mutual friend John Maddox is in the chat, and he seems upset with me because I apparently ignored him in a recent email thread that a number of people here were apparently on when I went back through all of the people that were copied on that email chain. And the reason I ignored him was because he's boring, honestly, and just says the same thing over and over again. But if he would like to talk right here, then here we are.
We've got one more spot. We're keeping it warm for you, John.
Invitation.
Come on, Maddox.
Look,
Now it's
John,
not
and I will say, and I said this before, but I'll say it right now, John. Invitation to you because you talk a lot of trash. If you want to have me on, I will give you an hour of my time to cross-examine me on whatever you want. Open invitation to you. Take it or leave it.
So
No
then, can
conditions.
you answer in that stream What can you explain what the genetic code is, just to clarify?
You could probably do it right now.
Yeah. Can you just do it right now? Then can you clarify what is the genetic code? What code?
What is the genetic code?
Yes, and what does it do?
The sequence of codons that dictate which amino acids go into a protein during translation.
Is it a communication from God?
Yes, correct.
That's basically
exactly
it. You know that.
Okay, that's what the genetic code is. It's the series of codons that based on the tRNA interface tell you what amino acids there are.
Correct. So it is the assignment of codons to amino acids. Are we agreeing on that?
Sure.
So is that a code in a literal sense, or is that a code in a metaphorical sense, as an analogy?
How are we defining code? Because I'm not a computer scientist. I'm not a linguist. Like there's definitions here that are in play that I'm not familiar with because it's not my field. So here's what I will say, because I know everybody that's a creationist just heard that answer and went, oh, he's dodging. Okay, here's the answer. I don't care. It doesn't matter. So if you want to call it a code, Latangelo, John, whomever, if you want to call it a code, fine, call it a code. I don't care. That doesn't change how the biology works.
Well, the crux is what is the correct definition about what we are talking about here? It is called the genetic code.
Oh, there's so much fucking confusion going
on.
on.
It's molecules. It's biochemistry. It doesn't matter what you call it.
Here in Wikipedia, it says code is a system of rules to convert information such as a letter, word, sound, image, or gesture into another form, sometimes shortened.
But does it say
let's
DNA?
cut to the chase. Let's all, everybody,
through a communication channel or storage in a storage medium. So basically, that's the definition of a code. And what we see in the genetic code is where where 64 codons are assigned.
Maddox ran away again.
To 20 amino acids.
Okay, so let me cut to the chase here, though, because this isn't a code argument, is a distraction. Because the point of it, is it a code argument?
In a literal sense, an assignment. It is not in a metaphorical way an assignment.
Let's do this. For the sake of argument, let's say, yes, it's a code. It is a literal code in the same way that, like, the German Enigma code was a code during World War II. Let's say it is a literal, whatever definition you want to use, let's say it's a code. Let's say. Now, the reason you use that argument is because the follow-up argument is that a code cannot evolve. And the reason a code cannot evolve, according to creationists, is that you need a sender and a receiver and mutually recognizable signals all simultaneously. You know what that is? That's an irreducible complexity argument. That's all that is. So if we're going to talk about is DNA a code or not, let's take a step back and let's just examine the hypothesis of irreducible complexity. That's what the argument is. And I would wish, for once, creationists making the code argument would be upfront about what they're arguing. Because what creationists are doing is they've given up on the immune system. They've given up on blood clotting. They've given up on the bacterial flagella. And they're just falling back and falling back and falling back. And the latest mole in the creationist whack-a-mole game of irreducible complexity is DNA is a code. That's all this is. So let's talk about the irreducible complexity hypothesis instead of getting hung up on each individual example of something that cannot evolve. That's what we should be talking about here. Otherwise, we're just wasting our time.
Okay, so is that issue about the origin of the genetic code an issue about evolution or abiogenesis?
No. I think I just vanished. Oh no, I'm up there now. Never mind. Is it?
Yeah, we switched spots.
Say it again.
Is the origin of the genetic code or the mapping of codons to amino acids an abiogenesis or evolution problem?
Doesn't matter. It's an irreducible complexity argument. It doesn't matter where you draw your arbitrary line between those two things.
Well, it matters because if it is an evolution problem, then you can claim that evolution is a possible explanation. If it is an abiogenesis problem, then you can't, because abiogenesis hasn't as a mechanism evolution.
No, see, I'm going to dispute that because those two things use the same set of mechanisms. Because, for example, if you have a pool of chemicals, right? You have a pool of chemicals that are forming spontaneously. You are going, and there's variation. It's not homogeneous, right? And I think we can all agree that in a whatever abiogenesis scenario you want to use, your prebiotic, your pre-cellular, let's say, pool of chemicals, that's going to be not homogeneous, right? There's going to be variation in what chemicals are present. We can all agree on that, right? Yep. I think we can all agree on that. That means there's going to be selection. For what? Stability. The chemicals that are forming spontaneously, that are most stable, are going to, over time, become a larger and larger fraction of that pool of chemicals. And the ones that are forming spontaneously but are less stable will, over time, become a smaller and smaller fraction of that pool of chemicals. So evolutionary processes are operating before you have things like cells. So let's be very clear about that. You don't need cells or life or wherever you want to draw the line. You don't need that stuff in order to have evolutionary processes.
Okay, so let me ask you, why has life, or when life started, selected ribose as backbone of RNA and DNA and not another sugar? Because ribose is the most unstable sugar that we know amongst the pool we supposedly was there.
Yeah, that's a great question. We don't know the answer, and it could be something as simple as, just by chance, that's what happened.
I can actually provide an answer to you, given some of the research that's performed by some of the researchers, and that is ribose as a sugar because of where the hydroxyl groups are present and how the phosphodiester linkages are formed when you string DNA nucleotides together. Ribose as a sugar has enough conformational is more tolerable in terms of the type of conformational states it can occupy, and is very and essentially it supports the structure that DNA tries to form, which is base pairing between two molecules. Whereas how hydroxyl groups are oriented in other states, it doesn't always make for proper base pairing, and it doesn't always lead to very high rates of replication.
In other words, if I could just build on that, though, just for a second, and then Atangelo, all yours, but if I could just build on that, that is just a specific description for the selection for stability that I just explained. That's all that was. That is.
So it's because it's a more stable molecule.
You can build more stable polymers because the base pairs across the helix stabilize the molecule. And we can see this in something as simple as the fact that single-stranded DNA viruses have a higher mutation rate than double-stranded DNA viruses, because when it only has one side of the double helix, you get more spontaneous degradation. So that's exactly right. A molecule that spontaneously forms secondary structures like a double helix is going to be more stable, and therefore, as long as you can start the polymerization process, you're going to select for those types of molecules, even in a pre-cellular environment.
Okay, can RNA form a DNA, a helix like DNA does?
Yes.
RNA? Oh, yeah, absolutely. No problem.
Okay.
There are viruses that use double-stranded RNA. tRNAs, it's a single strand, but it folds over on itself.
And in fact, RNA can do one better. RNA actually can form what are called tertiary structures.
Yep.
Which it forms.
No, I know that they can be double-stranded, but that they can form like a DNA helix. I didn't know that.
That's
yes,
double-stranded.
They can form wildly complicated other types of structures, which are called tertiary structures.
I mean, look at a ribosome. That's the enzymatic part of a ribosome is RNA. It's the structure is a mix of RNA and polypeptide, but the actual enzymatic part that does the peptidyl transferase, that's a ribozyme. It's actually RNA that's doing that.
Yes. I know that. Yeah, but that structure is very complex. It's not like a double helix. It's
well, it's right, but you can get very simple things that still have enzymatic properties from RNA. Like, that's trivially easy. The hammerhead ribozyme is like 200 nucleotides? It's a short little thing, but it works.
But, then that thing about stability, that is something which Dimitar has brought up. I think you immutable as well. But what I see as a huge and unsolvable problem in abiogenesis is the fact that you have to imagine that there were all kinds of molecules extant there,
Mhm.
and
There
was
probably
no-
would have been.
Let me just point out that did everyone catch the fallback now? Do you see what we're doing? We're
Yeah.
playing whack-a-mole now, right? We're saying, okay,
Yeah,
well,
we
forget
are.
that problem. Let's go to a different problem. It's the same argument. It's an irreducible complexity argument. We're just playing whack-a-mole. Continue. I think Leo was saying something.
Well, I was just going to say that there probably were many. There was probably more molecules extant back then on a prebiotic Earth than what we see actually involved in life today, because some of them weren't selected for.
Oh, hi, Standing. If you want to come in, apparently we have one more spot, and Maddox chickened out. So if you want to come in and chat, by all means.
Maybe Standing for as the CO Jones. Maddox sure as hell didn't.
I don't think Stanley has the nerve either.
I have a question for Dan.
Oh, sure.
Are you familiar with? There have been questions about natural selection. Are you familiar with answering those?
So for anyone who
like Jerry
Jerry
Fodor.
Yeah, go for it. So just a second. So for people who don't know me, I'm an evolutionary biologist. So I'm happy to talk about this stuff all day long.
Yeah. So I recently purchased Massimo Pigliucci's book on principles of evolution.
Extended evolutionary synthesis, right?
Yes.
Yeah. All right. Let's do that.
And plus, I hang in a group of philosophers who think of themselves as edgy, and they will constantly throw Jerry Fodor's argument against natural selection against me, and I need ammunition.
Can I do my? Would it be okay with everyone if I took a second to do my rant on the extended evolutionary synthesis? Because oh my goodness,
Please do.
Okay, so for the people who don't know, so for everyone who's not familiar with this, is the extended evolution, the EES, the extended evolutionary synthesis, is this thing where mostly it's not evolutionary biologists that come up with this. It's like philosophers of science and some other people. And what they basically said is that the modern synthesis of evolution, or neo-Darwinism, those are synonyms, they mean the same thing, basically is insufficient to explain what we've been, evolutionary change. And they've come up with a bunch of things that, like, evolutionary biologists need to actually be dealing with in their work as they seek to explain the evolutionary mechanisms behind various traits. And the problems with the EES, it basically falls into two categories. So you get we're already talking about that. Apparently you didn't know that stuff. So like they'll say, oh, you need to talk about plasticity. You need to talk about evo-devo, that's evolutionary developmental biology, and how like developmental constraints kind of dictate what pathways can change. You need to talk about epigenetics. You need to consider these different things that you haven't been considering. We've been considering those things. Like neutral theory is one of them, which like was formalized in the 70s and 80s. Evo-devo, genomics, plasticity, evolvability as a phenotype. Like that's actually like the idea of being able to evolve flexibility as a phenotype. That's decades old. And the EES people are like coming to this and saying, you need to consider all this stuff that like people already consider. I don't know if they don't realize that people consider it, but there's like that side of EES is already part of evolutionary biology. And then the other side of EES is like bonkers. It's like cellular intelligence and like pre-adaptation, like DNA can know what it needs to do and evolve specific mutations to accomplish specific things in a conscious way. And it just like, there's no evidence for any of it. It's just out there. So that's why I do not like the extended evolutionary synthesis at all.
Well,
That's
why don't
Thanks,
you like
everybody.
it? Well, why don't you like it? I mean, it's not about liking it or not.
Just explain why.
It's actually about getting to elucidate what the real mechanisms are which construct organismal complexity.
Right. And the mechanisms the EES proposes fall into two categories. One is things they say biologists are ignoring, but actually we're not ignoring. And two are things for which there is no evidence and are kind of out there. And maybe that stuff that's kind of out there, maybe if they had a research program, they could demonstrate that stuff. Maybe if they could come up with a way to test that hypothesis, then they could gain acceptance over, years. But
it is a fact then, and you know that. I mean, I am listing all the epigenetic codes which I encounter in scientific papers, and I am listing at the moment 41 different epigenetic codes and languages. And of course, these codes, they are all involved as well in directing the construction of complex organisms. So if they are involved in that, then of course, if you want to propose that one organism form can morph into another one, then you have to take all this information into consideration.
Different argument, because so that's a different argument, and that's a thing cannot evolve argument. What the EES people are saying is, you evolutionary biologists as a group are not considering mechanisms X, Y, and Z when you are formulating your theory. And for most mechanisms X, Y, and Z that they name, we actually are considering those. And I say this with some expertise because that's what my training is. Like, I'm actually.
So you don't hold to the gene-centric view?
No, nobody holds to the gene-centric view anymore exclusively because, we've learned a crap ton more since the 1970s. The gene-centric view was pioneered by Richard Dawkins in The Selfish Gene, which was first published in 1976. That is 45 years ago. Nobody takes that as the thing that explains everything. It's a mix of everything. Moto Kimura published the neutral theory of molecular evolution in, what year was that? 1981, maybe? Evo Devo became a field kind of in the 60s through the 80s, I think it was. The idea of evolvability as a phenotype, and kind of related to that plasticity, which is different, but they're kind of related. That's within the last 30 years. Nobody takes any one of these things. There's nobody that's going to say, yes, Selfish Gene explains everything. Nobody says that. What we can say is that in certain contexts, this paradigm does a better job explaining what we see than this other paradigm. And a combination of mechanisms and approaches collectively do a really good job of explaining what we see in now 2021.
Well, then I would say that we are in the same book. Then I agree with everything what you just said.
There we go.
But the thing, of course, is how do we explain the origin of all that organism-wide and cell-wide epigenetic
same mechanisms
and genetic information? And we are talking here about far more information than just stored in the gene. If we are talking about epigenetic information, it's 41 different languages and codes which store a huge amount of information, which we don't even know yet of most of these, where that information is stored. And there, of course, comes the big question: how do we explain the origin of all these languages and codes?
So to respond to that, what I'm going to do is say, look, Atangelo, we're going to talk about this tomorrow night, 8 p.m., my channel. We'll talk irreducible complexity. I promised you at least an hour. And then I want to make sure I'm not dominating the conversation. So it's 11:30 my time. So I'm going to bow out. And the last thing I'll just say is that what Atangelo just said is the same thing as what we've been talking about. It's just this thing is complex, therefore it couldn't have evolved argument. It's an irreducible complexity argument. We're going to talk about that tomorrow. So if anybody's interested,
Dan, before you leave,
go ahead.
This site, are you aware of it? It's called IDTDNA. You can put in IDT. I put a link in chat.
Oh,
okay. And
I'm not familiar with this. Hang on.
You paste in a random sequence, and it'll show you how RNA.
Oh, and it shows you the folding. That's so cool.
It shows you the folding, right?
That's really
cool.
And
it shows you alternate structures because at different temperatures, and then each one has a different energy.
Yeah.
Well,
nice.
It's pretty
That's
cool.
Really
anyway.
cool.
Yeah, we're going
That's
to use
really
this
cool.
with Demeter's stuff when we start to do modeling. So
Nice.
anyway, thought I'd
Thank you.
Yep.
So, so before I go, and then I can listen to everybody else, is just what Atangelo is making is an irreducible complexity argument. We're going to talk about that tomorrow. But it's just it's creationist whack-a-mole. It's this thing couldn't evolve, this thing couldn't evolve, that thing couldn't evolve, and provide a plausible pathway to any one thing.
Yeah, but he wants to go.
And you're gonna just pop another thing is gonna pop up, and none of those discussions actually deal with how that hypothesis is structured, and that's what we're going to talk about tomorrow.
Okay.
Kitten calendar. If anybody gets the reference.
I wanted to ask you something before you go.
I got to put your link in my description too.
Go ahead, Midnight.
Okay.
Go ahead, Midnight.
Go ahead.
What are your thoughts on genetic memory? It's something I came across a while ago. I didn't really have a chance to fully look into it. Sounds interesting, but there's obviously. I just wanted your input on that.
Genetic memory? Is that what you said?
Yes, genetic memory. It seems interesting. I just don't know if there's any scientific backing. I'm not familiar with the phrase, but I could imagine it could be used in a bunch of different contexts. So I'm not sorry. I'm just not familiar enough with it.
You can use DNA to store information. In fact, a website called The Verge, which is a tech site, said that they stored a bunch of information on a strand of DNA.
Yeah,
maybe he's talking about epigenetic memory, like the phosphorylation. I don't know.
No, they're talking about actual genetic memory within the DNA. Okay. I need to go back and read it again. It was interesting.
I don't know. Sorry.
That's fine. I just wanted to ask.
Yeah, sorry. I couldn't tell you off the top of my head. Wish I had a better answer for you, but I don't.
have a question for Dan, but I just don't want to hold him up any longer. So wait.
Go for it. Go for it. Try to be quick, and if not, we can talk another time.
Yeah. So what can you tell me about ribosomal arrest, or I think ribosomal pausing, translational pausing, and if that's
how common is it?
How common is it? How dangerous is it? Dangerous.
I don't know. I don't know.
Yeah, I don't think it's very common at all.
Yeah, I don't know how common. I don't know how dangerous.
They found it in bacteria. They found one. I think they found it in eukaryotes like once. So I mean, it's not something that. Not as big a deal as they like to imply.
Yeah,
and
sorry.
That's why I want to know. So it's just not
that's
really.
All I got. I will say though that if you ask a translation person, they could definitely tell you more than me.
Okay.
But the specific process of translation, not my expertise. So I'm not the best person to ask.
The thing with translation is that it also depends on the availability of amino acids. And that's involved, and mostly ribosomal pausing will kick the protein out, and it just won't be produced.
So that I could, if we talk about like tRNA pools and that kind of stuff, I could talk about, because codon bias, like that's my thing. Like we could do codon bias for hours, but nobody wants to hear about that.
Well, ribosomal pausing, there are a few proteins who fold differently based on some pausing sequences that they found. And I think they found that in bacteria. Anyway, David Abel and David D'Onofrio, the ideas, the closet ideas, they like to make a big thing of that, and so does John Maddox. But there are about 3 or 4 papers on it total.
Yeah, I don't know that much about that.
Well, the crux is how you get to that. How does the ribosome know when it has to stop? And of course, that is all based on signaling, and that is fantastic. That is really amazing.
How does the worm know to go?
All right, I'm going to bow out, everybody. Thanks for the fun conversation. Tangelo, we'll talk to you tomorrow. Have a good night, everyone.
Okay, bye-bye.
Bye, Doc.
Goodbye, Dan.
How does the worm know to go into the ground? How does the leaf know to turn toward the sun? Don't ask 2 no questions, Otangelo, please.
Because it doesn't know anything. It's utilizing the chemical reaction that occurs when a stop codon is read. That causes a particular chemical action, and the process stops. And it's the opposite at a start codon. It's just the order of the chemical reactions and what those chemical reactions dictate. Biochemistry.
Yeah.
Yep.
It's all just chemistry.
But I also wanted to read something here from Science Direct about epigenetic information. The genome is the carrier not only of genetic information encoded in the DNA, but also of epigenetic information, including differential methylation of DNA on cytosines and histone protein modifications. And I think I want to say I asked Demeter about that once, and that he was like, yeah, that seems accurate to me. I thought that would be relevant. That is from the Encyclopedia of Gerontology, 2nd edition, 2007.
Nice.
It's a source that Science Direct is citing from.
Yeah.
I also wanted to read this really, really quickly. A well-characterized mechanism from the same source. A well-characterized mechanism for the heritable propagation of epigenetic information is methylation of cytosine residues at carbon 5 of the pyrimidine ring, primarily at CPG sequences.
Yeah, remember we were going over that with Demeter? I don't know if you noticed that, but
I remember that, yes.
It was part of it, yeah.
I'm pretty sure I remember that.
You can find the CPG islands, and that's where also signs and lines, methylation, methylation is how they are suppressed so that they don't end up doing anything, standing for truth, who thinks they're like 100% functional. Most of them get methylated so that they can't harm the organism. It's pretty common for signs and lines, retrotransposons.
Yeah, so I posted a link to that article. This website magazine called The Verge created a time capsule and encoded it in custom DNA, synthetic DNA.
Cool. Yeah, so we can use it to do intelligent things.
I mean, and part of the reason too is like one of the reasons DNA and RNA have information embedded in them is that besides them being molecules, they're also topological structures too.
Yes, that's a very good point.
There's a sense in which they're oriented in space in a very special kind of way.
That's what I was showing you, that RNA folding thing. Very, very topological. I mean, I just typed in random ACTG garbage, and it ended up showing me a fold, right?
Yeah,
if it folded into something.
That doesn't dictate the sequence which can become functional, and you know that the sequence space is enormous, and to have a functional sequence that is such a small chance that this is an open question, which of course
the small chance part is what you're reading into it, Otangelo. The fact that any random sequence I type in creates some sort of a topological structure, and those structures, particularly with proteins and enzymes, they have an incredible attraction to metal ions, and they do things. These are like cutting tools, basically, in chemistry, and that's how enzymes work. Catalysis, that's how it works, and it's very easy with these small RNAs to develop a catalytic effect on something, and that's how it happens. And when you say it has a very small chance of functionality, you do not know what you're talking about.
But it's not about any kind of functionality, Speed. You need to have the right functionality.
There's a lot of functionalities that basically go into the mix.
Yeah.
And if you have a lot of functionalities all bumping in each other, that's all they need to do. They need that survival, that selection filter. And then you have Darwinian evolution at the chemical level. And
I don't understand it. I don't understand it. Therefore, God.
Yeah.
Yep.
Did someone say that, Brenda?
Yeah.
Yeah, that's essentially what you're saying.
No.
You want to find for
No.
God.
Wait, hold on. I can make this
Do
really
not
simple.
misrepresent what we are saying.
Otangelo, is it possible that what you're referring to could have developed naturally?
Absolutely not.
Then you are making an argument of incredulity.
No.
Yeah, you are.
I'm not No, I'm not.
Yes, you are.
Yeah, you just made
You're literally saying, I don't understand it. We haven't explained it. Therefore, it can't happen. Therefore,
I am not saying that I don't understand it. I am saying that the range of what unguided events can do is not sufficient to explain.
We don't know what that range is.
Can I finish?
Nobody knows what that range is.
Wow.
Otangelo, let me ask a very basic question. Given
That's what I don't like, Leo. When I try to make a point and you are interrupting and don't let to.
Yeah, because you mentioned something that's already wrong, and I wanted
there is no reason to stop me
nobody's
to make a point, even if you
Yes,
think
there is.
that I am wrong.
Because
Let me
by the time you're
let
done,
me
there will be
finish
7
to make
points
the
out on the
point,
table, and I won't be
and
able
when
to.
I'm finished, then you can correct it, but don't interrupt. That's what you constantly do, and
Yeah,
it would be
well,
very
then
nice
don't
if you
say
would
things that are
learn
wrong if you
actually
don't want to be
to have a
interrupted.
nicer dialogue with people when you stop to interrupt them, which you are doing all the
Don't say
time,
things
and
that are
you
wrong.
are not learning.
Don't say things that are wrong. I'm not learning here. Definitely not me. You made a statement that the range of what nature can do essentially is not broad enough to do these things, but you don't know that because literally nobody knows that because we don't know what nature can and can't do. Really, you've been to hold on. You've been to literally every place in the universe. You've measured every chemical reaction, every chemical structure, every chemical process that could possibly exist in this universe to know what nature can do. No, you haven't. Nobody has. Nobody knows the range of what nature can and can't do because we are still a very young, very primitive species. We are not privy to the timescales on which most things happen in the universe. We are not privy to just the universe. We are very, very, despite what we do know, which is a lot, we don't know everything. We are very, very limited in our knowledge. To state that nature can't do this is just wrong. You don't know that. Nobody knows that.
You know, Leo, I have many times pointed out that you make arguments based on your ignorance of the subjects, and that's
fucking
exactly
ironic.
what you did right now.
That's rich.
That's just what you did right now.
What ignorance was I arguing from?
Well, I would recommend you that you take a basic biology book, learn about what it takes to make the basic building blocks of life.
You're not responding to anything that I said. You're just charging me with being
you will
ignorant.
probably have a basis to make an argument.
Did you have a
which you
cogent response to what I
do
said?
not have.
Did you have a cogent response that actually addresses the substance of what I said? Or were you just going to play,
said-
oh, well,
Oh,
you know what
yes.
you're talking about?
Okay, back up.
That's all I heard.
What was the original question, Leo?
What?
What was the original question?
Well,
for
my question was,
Otangelo?
how does he know what nature can and can't do? Literally, nobody knows that because we haven't examined all of nature, and humans never will. Humans will never know the full extent of what nature will and will not be capable of doing.
Okay, that's a question. Otangelo, you go ahead and answer it. Nobody interrupt him.
Okay, we have 70 years of experiments which have demonstrated that molecules, rather than to complexify, they devolve. I have mentioned that many times here. And even if that would not be the case, and molecules would have the capacity to actually select the molecules which are required to have life, and even if we would have the amino acids, the nucleotides, the the carbons, and so forth. Wow. Okay. So I'm not able to make it. But guys, it's late here.
You're making your point, but
well, I need time sometimes, and if you guys do not have the patience to let me make the point, and I have seen that many times happening, Speed, that you interrupt me.
But you're going.
Okay, bye. Bye, guys.
Bye.
Have a good night.
Nobody
Bye.
wants to listen to a 10-minute monologue covering 3 different points when we ask you a question and you can't even provide a simple.
I was going to ask him a specific question, and
it doesn't matter. I've asked him extremely specific, closed-ended questions, and he still doesn't answer. He just wants to monologue about how wrong everybody is. Now, we've never done this with my magical imaginary friend.
Can I make a point?
The irony of what just happened, if I may, is that we made the point to Otangelo that, Otangelo, we know the point you're going to make, but can you please make it more compact?
I just asked him to be very brief, and
I know,
but
the more ironic part about that is instead of using that time to, ignore us and to continue his point and make it more succinct, he decided to bitch about it and decided to, rage quit on us because
then he wants to go on about amino acids and all the specifics, and I just wanted him to cut to the chase.
It's the same thing.
The thing is, I need to make a point. One of the things that they make a big deal out of is that if you have a 200 amino acid protein, you have 20 to the 200th power possibilities. Okay, he said that in 70 years we haven't been able to figure out all of those possibilities in 20 to the 200th fucking power. I mean, how in the hell in 70 years are we expected in a laboratory to understand that entire protein space?
Well, did nobody else
you see
pick
my
up?
point?
Yeah, did nobody else pick up? He was just making the argument. Well, we've been doing this for 70 years, which is not a long. I'm not even going to get into how short of a period of time that is when measuring the universe. But it was pretty much just, well, we've tried all this stuff in the lab and we've been unsuccessful. Therefore, it was God. We can't do it. Therefore, God.
Well, but here's the other thing, right? Is that it fundamentally it's impossible to exhaust the diversity of chemical sequence space, and let alone the functionality that those sequence spaces may or may not have. And that's because chemicals are very, very complex and dynamic structures.
Mm-hmm.
And the more you add to them, the more types of interactions they can have, and it grows exponentially, quite literally.
Yes.
So two particles interacting, two molecules of whatever length may have hundreds of interactions, but the moment you add a new one, right, based on whatever properties it have, we'll probably increase that to tens of millions, if not hundreds of millions. It is ridiculous how quickly the sequence space for interactions and functionality grows.
Yes.
And
finish. I'm sorry.
Yeah, and there is no possible way that you could ever try to hope quantitative to, number one, characterize all those interactions, and number two, to try and ascertain the functionality of each individual aspect of what those things do.
Yeah, we're working right now to figure out what that protein space is and how sparse or how dense it is. And if evolution is true and the abiogenesis of life is true, we're going to find out that there are pathways in there, that it's not that sparse, that it's actually dense, that there's a way to go from one point to another fairly easily, and you're going to end up with some enzymatic function. But finding out what that space is, their big hero Douglas Axe did a paper, and on one protein that he studied, which I think was 100, I think it was like 100 amino acids long. They did all sorts of variations, and they found that 25% of them had the same enzymatic function, which is a hell of a high. That means 1 in 4. So that means the space is very dense. Do you know what I mean by a protein space? Like if you have one protein, then you have 1 point. If all 200 amino acids are specified, if you just change one amino acid, you go to another point. And you go to another point every time you make a change. And that is your protein space. And if you think about 200 amino acid protein has 20 to the 200th points in it, and that is a big space.
And that's not considering, and that's not considering, for instance, the phi and psi rotations along the bonds that amino acids create. So the bond between the carbonyl and the bond between the R group and the amide, and the bond between the previous amino acid and the amide, if I'm not mistaken.
The one thing I wanted to say is, as it concerns abiogenesis, it's not so much that nature can't do this, that there's so fucking many potential chemical reactions and environments that can promote chemical reactions and suppress chemical reactions. In short, and this is going to be probably overly simplistic, you could almost say there are so many ways that nature could have created life that we don't know how it created life here. There is so much to sift through that we will probably never be able to pin down what exact chemicals, what exact reactions, and what exact environments they took place in to create life. We will be able to probably come down to some set of those and state, well, these are the ones that are most likely to have occurred for the biological structures that we see here on Earth. But we're never, ever going to be able to pinpoint what that exact pathway was. There's so many pathways it could have been.
For instance, there's certain conditions that some molecules require to be able to form new compounds. And as a result, you have to think about, okay, how do I get an environment that can switch between certain environments? Mm-hmm. Okay, so I could think of, a pool of water near a volcano or something, like a freshwater pond or something that's subject to evaporation and, small little water cycle or something like that. the thing is, though, is that
Brenda left.
Yeah, she said it was getting late.
Yeah.
She's gonna take off.
like with what Leo said is perfectly accurate. It's that we can only come up with potential ideas about different environments and the chemistries in place there that could have produced, the structures and been suitable for the dynamic processes that form life. Although I don't think we'll be able to take it a step further and say which one was actually the environment that was responsible for the origin of our own life on Earth. And part of that is if you think about geologic time, right? So geologic time we can measure over hundreds of thousands to millions, hundreds of millions of years, right? But one of the issues is that period of time is just fucking enormous, right? There's a lot that can happen in terms of geochemical processes, in terms of chemical weathering, in terms of how some
It boggles the mind. Ooh.
I mean, it's just that there's so much shit that could happen in that long a period of time where you can't possibly have a precise reconstruction of what that area looked like, right? There's certain telltale signs of what it might have looked like, but we can't have the resolution down.
I mean, it's easy. Just build a time machine and go back in time.
I thought you were going to say invent a solution like the creationists do.
Well, no, but that would have been funnier.
It would have been. But yeah, I mean, there's a fundamental kind of like discrepancy that the geologic column gives us, and it's a shame, but it also means that this type of vagueness we encounter in trying to address the origins of life problem also tells us about how life may be able to form on other planets that or other moons, for instance, that don't have the same type of atmosphere or chemical cycles that our planet goes through.
Yeah. And if I may piggyback off of that, and this alludes to what you, Immutable and Speed, have already said, that you can have some chemical develop that completely changes how all the other chemicals in this mix, let's say, might operate. You could have one small event occur on the Earth that completely changes the environment that these chemicals are in. Who knows what there's probably orders of magnitude chemical reactions that could take different chemical reactions that could take place just by changing one molecule in some chemical mix, or by just minutely maybe changing the temperature by 5 degrees C, or all of a sudden there's methane present there wasn't before. And how many different reactions can take place that are new? Even these tiny little changes can cause an explosion of new things to occur, whether we would consider them functional or not. It's at this point kind of irrelevant. They're just, it's not an aggravated, it's just I'm passionate, because to me this makes sense.
That's what I just said. You're animated.
I thought you said angry. I'm sorry.
No, animated.
Oh, my bad.
Okay, the other thing, there are metal ions, and they just amplify the functionality tremendously. And there's along with that, there's a possibility of RNA and peptide interactions and very, very small chemical interactions that we're not completely visualizing yet. And to say that just because we haven't figured it out in 70 years, for Christ's sake, 50 years ago, we didn't know shit, like we're increasing at an exponential rate right now. But I mean, we've only been at the genome for about 20 years, for Christ's sake.
Yeah.
Give us a little time.
Well, 21 years, but yeah.
Well, think about how long it was from, I want to make sure I get these names in order. Michael Faraday.
Go ahead.
Who I believe was like the first one to do experiments, like serious experiments with electricity, and then showed that there seems to be some sort of relation between electricity and magnetism. You had Faraday, you had people like Gauss, then you had people like Maxwell. We're talking a span of what, like 150, 200 years here? How long did it take us just to figure out that electricity and magnetism are essentially two different, what's the word I'm looking for? manifestations, I guess you could say. That might not be the word I'm looking for, of the same interaction.
They're two different. They're the same force, but they're two different
Manifested in different ways. Yeah.
Yes, you know what I mean.
It took us. I would argue that there were probably people as back as maybe 1,000 years ago that might have been doing some experiments on magnetism and electricity. We have no idea how long it took us to really get a picture, but we know it was hundreds of years.
Well, okay. See, if the Library of Alexandria didn't burn 5 fucking times, we would have jetpacks by now.
Oh yeah, definitely. I mean, and we could do the same with, well, gravity. Look at how long it took us to, I mean, even just from Newton's time, the 1600s to Einstein, we're talking, to Einstein in 1900, we're talking 300 something years just to figure out what gravity was.
Oh, I mean, you think that's bad? I mean, chemistry is, oh Jesus, who's the guy that developed this? Lord, what is it? Hold the fuck on. Periodic, because I got to get this right.
Are you searching for something? Looking something up?
I'm looking for the guy that's supposed to have developed the periodic table.
Oh God, I can't think of his name. But I just really quickly just throw this in here. We're still learning things about chemistry, completely novel things. Like we've been at this for thousands of years, and we're still learning new things.
So the thing is, like the guy who kind of conceptualized the periodic table, Dmitry Mendeleev, which
there you go, Mendeleev. I should have known that.
Yeah, he was like 1860s, but the notion of like elements having certain types of properties, like as being
since the Greeks.
Yeah, like the Greeks, and probably even older than that. But it took around 100 years, like since Dmitry, like Mendeleev, to actually develop a full theory of like chemical behavior. Because prior to that point, like people thought that like the plum pudding model, like of how electrons behave, was accurate. Where it's just this kind of ball or how the nucleus. Sorry. It's just quantum mechanics as a discipline actually gave rise to this kind of like molecular description of chemicals and like all the all the fun stuff that comes along with that.
Yeah. Well, quantum mechanics is literally responsible for chemistry. Spin statistics theorem, the Pauli exclusion principle, without which there'd literally be no periodic table, no chemistry.
Yeah, I mean, the thing is, like, people complain about like differential equations being hard. Motherfucker, when you solve the Schrodinger equation in 3 dimensions,
neighborhood.
When you solve the Schrodinger equation in 3 dimensions for like a one electron system, what you've actually just done is you've developed a wave function for a hydrogen atom. If you've done it in spherical coordinates, which is the only way you can do it.
Mm-hmm. Oh shit! What's the mathematical term for the? God damn it! Of course, it's going to slip my mind. What is it?
I tuned into your debate like for 10 minutes, Leo. But how do you think you did?
I think I performed pretty well.
That's good.
Oh, honey, he was fabulous.
Absolutely fabulous. God damn it! I am not going to get this term. Holy fuck!
What are you trying to think of?
I can't tell you what I'm trying to think of if I don't know what it is.
I mean, can you describe?
This is probably going to be just a straight butcher. Something. Oh Jesus! Give me just a second.
Throwing herbs on the fire and dancing naked around it.
I think it's in this book somewhere. I think. Let me go to the table of contents and see if I can find it.
So yeah, I mean, we didn't understand what in the fuck chemistry was doing until you got quantum mechanics, which thank you God, and that has been.
Oh my!
Quantum mechanics has been enormously useful to the development of chemistry and helping things make sense, sort of.
Oh God damn it! Where the fuck is it?
Okay.
Don't know if I'm gonna fucking be capable of figuring this out. God damn it!
God. I'm 25,564 days old today.
Interesting.
That's nice.
Go.
Did anybody notice, by the way, on the Rage's channel that the New Year's Eve hangout he did got more views from Smokey review. Well, Smokey Saint's review of that particular day got more views than the live stream itself.
Wait, wait, whose video got more views than whose video?
Smokey's did, I guess.
Smokey Saint reviewing Ronnie's New Year's Eve stream.
Yeah,
got more views than Ronnie's New Year's Eve stream itself.
Okay,
it's kind of bizarre.
Yeah, what was his point? That
I don't know. It was for like 4 hours, and it was just like
it was stupid. Oh my god, my cam's on.
Yeah, God, what the fuck is the term for this? There's got.
For what thing?
Oh, I don't. Let me see if this is the one I'm looking for. For how we develop like a three-dimensional orbital. I'm reading on spherical harmonics, but I don't think this is it. So wait.
Because technically the spherical harmonics comes from the product of two functions, the radial distribution function, and then what is it? I believe it's spherical harmonic and the radial, the harmonic wave functions in, what is it, radial distribution functions, I think?
I believe so.
Now, it's basically separation of variables, but
oh god, I thought there was a word for this. Maybe there's just not a word for it. I might be thinking of something else, but I could have sworn there was.
Uh-oh.
What happened?
If you get really fascinated with something and you haven't looked into ODEs yet, look into something called the convolution theorem. It's right about the only time in mathematics where they actually describe what's happening.
That's not good.
That's an old joke. That's an old joke about the convolution theorem.
I feel like spherical harmonics was what I was looking for.
I couldn't hear you guys for a moment.
Yeah, one of the reasons you use spherical transformations is because polar coordinates is just a lot nicer to play in sometimes than Cartesian coordinates.
Mm-hmm.
Hey, Cartesian coordinates are awesome. Screw you.
What's up,
Loki? What's that?
I said Cartesian coordinates are awesome. Screw you.
They can be kind of nasty. They produce very. They have weird things that go on based on the types of functions you use. But then again, what is it?
What the fuck? He's locked outside? Aren't you? Your mom locked you outside? She makes you sleep in the garage, or what?
Come on, Walker, break the fucking window. Don't be a pussy.
Yeah, don't freeze to death out there. It's fucking cold out there.
Wow. Wow.
What the fuck?
Okay. Why is his computer and mic in the attic? And why has mom locked him outside? I think we need to call child services or some fucking thing.
Wait, how old is Manny? Or just a fish?
He's over the limit.
I mean,
well, how did your computer get into the attic?
Yeah, we got questions, man. And why are you locked outside?
so many questions.
So many questions. It's just like, oh my god. Well, he does live way down south there in
way down south.
Cousins, kissing cousins land.
God.
Kissing sisters. Twisted sisters. Twisted kissing sisters.
Hey, don't talk bad about Twisted Sister.
Okay. That's what I call my little sister. Twisted sister.
You're all twisted.
Yep.
You're all
Probably. Dude, I debated a fucking geocentrist. I'm dark as fuck.
What you are, masochist.
Walker's too polite to call his mom and wake her up and tell her, please let me in the fucking house. I'm freezing to death.
Yeah,
Oh, you're locked downstairs. Okay. They lock you in the basement. Okay, now this is getting worse, Walker. I'm ready to call child services right now. I don't care if you are an adult. It's like they're still abusing that kid.
I mean, I'm pretty sure you get arrested for filing a false report, so
Yeah.
tread carefully.
Actually, they hardly ever do that, but they hardly ever respond anyway, the motherfuckers. Don't get me started.
Yeah.
I should go watch Luther.
You mean
Find the term you were looking for?
Lucifer?
I'm assuming it was I just completely forgot. Oh wow, Jesus fucking Christ! Spherical harmonics. I think that was it, but I'm not for sure. I got to spend more time to
Hey,
look into it.
Leo, if you stop focusing on whatever her name is, you'll remember things clearly.
I actually don't really think about Amelia Clark all that often.
I know, I'm just playing with
As
you.
long as she's happy and healthy, I'm okay.
I can understand that, Walker.
I decided to just go take a look at some of the comments on the video yet, because that's what you should do anytime you're on a channel, especially one with 38,500 subscribers.
So Walker has a secret atheist dungeon in the attic that nobody knows about. It's almost, I don't know. Is that creepy?
I mean,
Is this like,
it's
a
understandable.
dungeon where you have weird old Playboy magazines and play Dungeons and Dragons with your
Yeah,
friends?
he's got an atheist YouTube channel in the attic.
Danny being here is creepy.
Someday,
Danny boy,
someday it's
Wait,
found.
what's creepy?
are calling.
You being here, I don't know. I'm just trying out jokes, seeing which one lands.
Oh, okay.
Fucking midnight.
Where did we leave off last time on the episode of Philosophical Rabbit Holes?
Yeah.
They're conceptual rabbit holes.
I mean,
They're really now.
Maybe they're so conceptual they're abstract.
Hold on, I want to say something really quick. Danny, no offense, but
Okay, no offense, but offense coming.
no, I'm just saying he's the reason why people hate philosophy in general. Nice going, buddy.
No offense, but fuck you.
I mean, creationists don't like
no offense, but-
creationists don't like evolutionists. So.
No, I'm talking about in general, right?
Yeah, in
People-
general, creationists don't like evolutionists.
Are you really comparing that?
Absolutely.
Oh boy.
Bro.
Oh, the philosopher thinks he's a scientist. Here we go.
I mean, a scientist is also a philosopher when you think about it, because they have to ask questions in order to figure out what the fuck is happening.
Well, you and I have a different concept of what philosophy is.
Oh, I have a fairly strong concept of what philosophy is.
I'm not saying that you don't have one. I'm saying it's not mine.
I don't have a fucking clue what it is. I like it, but I don't know what the hell it is.
Philosophy is a useful.
Philosophy is the kind of thing, when you're done thinking about it, you just stay not thinking about it until somebody brings it up again.
Yep.
All it is
no, that's not
meaning and
really-
conceptual analysis. That's all it is to me.
Well, if you're a logician, I could definitely see where you get that idea.
Well, we use logic.
Oh, forget it.
Well, I see philosophy in general as a tool for building frameworks on studying the world.
Oh, that can't. Then science is philosophy under that notion. I
It
don't
is.
think I'm. Then if you
Hold
if you're
on.
saying someone
Hold
was
on.
saying
Science used to be known as natural philosophy. Okay, so it is a
the
philosophy.
terms change over time in terms of their meaning.
Yeah, no,
Science
yeah.
would really fall under the branch of philosophy.
Yeah, what people do doesn't change. It's just you
I'm just saying that at one point, gay meant happy. So what?
And it kind of still means that.
Kind
but
of
that's
still does. It wasn't that long ago.
You don't think it means homosexual in many contexts now? It used to not have
It's
that meaning.
adopted. It's adopted a new definition as well.
I mean, I don't know why Midnight is concerned about like the semantics. I'm just talking about the kind of study that investigates meaning and conceptual reduction and analysis. That's all I refer to when I say philosophy now. What other people might refer to is any kind of inquiry that might be aimed at how reality is or how the world is, right? If that might be an intelligible notion, but then suddenly science becomes philosophy, And presumably you distinguish the two when you say something like, well, this is why the average person doesn't like philosophy. Presumably you're distinguishing it from science when you're saying that.
Oh, do you know what's cool here?
Science has always been.
Hang on a second. Do you see what happened? Athena told Danny, he says, "You're why people don't like philosophy," and then Danny, you're doubling down. You're just fucking doubling down.
Creationists really don't like evolutionists.
Yeah, that's true.
I don't know what an evolutionist is because there's no such thing as evolutionism. So, like, you can't be an evolutionist if there's no such thing as evolutionism.
Well, I think I just mean something like evolutionary biology or evolutionary biology.
Oh, you mean people who accept evolutionary theory, which has been corroborated and confirmed?
No, I just said it. Evolutionary biologist or evolutionary biology. That's a sector or a sub kind of discipline within biology.
Mm-hmm.
Well, creationists are known to deny reality at whatever cost it takes to protect their holy book.
And that's what you do when you deny that their philosophy is of any worth with respect to how to make sense of the world.
I didn't say it wasn't of any worth.
I didn't say that.
I'm saying it's really annoying.
You get the notion that I did.
I mean, I don't know what you mean by, like, you're just not interested in it. Like, is that annoying? Like, the point is that when I challenge,
I can explain my own position. I mean,
okay, go ahead. Well, I think I was referring to Beowulf or whatever his name is.
Yeah, my thing is I prefer philosophy to be functional and not continuously.
What do you mean by functional?
I was about to clarify that, but I prefer it to not go into endless routes of, semantical games.
I'm just asking you what you mean.
We just prefer our philosophers gagged and tied up in the basement to a chair.
I'd like something that I can use.
It's kind of like what the Inquisition did to many scientists, right?
Yes.
I'd like to, at the end of the day, use philosophy in a way that it can tell me something about the reality around me.
You don't think that philosophy does that? Or are you saying that the way I use philosophy doesn't get at how reality is or something like that?
I would say philosophy as a general construct isn't that well refined.
I don't know what that means.
Philosophy
like
is
there's no established facts or something?
No. Philosophy operating under its own rules and stipulations doesn't always produce systems that can be
I don't know what that means.
In reality.
Own rules? Like, you mean like the difference between different kinds of logic, like classical logic, intuitionist logic?
Yes.
Like, is that what you're talking about?
No, that's one of many things.
Okay, so do scientists adopt particular systems of logic?
Yes.
Sort of. It's
classical logic when we're talking about, classical mechanics, Newtonian mechanics.
Yeah,
I don't know what kind of logic would apply in relativistic mechanics because that's just.
Yeah, I really only use classical
quantum logic and quantum mechanics and quantum field theory. And at certain parts of quantum field theory, I don't even think much logic really does us much help because things are so abstract and so stochastic that it can become difficult to describe systems. Like the mathematical underpinnings of quantum field theory are very, very abstract and just yeah.
But the thing is that something like the law of identity, you're going to accept that, or bivalence, maybe, right? But
you mean like at the quantum level of reality? Because I can tell you straightforwardly, no.
Well, I don't know what that would mean to reject something like identity.
That would mean that reality doesn't care what systems of logic we develop.
Presumably, reality is built on identity.
No, those are concepts we invented that help us describe reality.
What do you think I mean by identity?
Reality will do whatever it does, regardless of the convoluted ways we invent to describe it.
You think logical truths are invented?
Well, they are invented.
Do you think a thing is do you think the truth conditions for a thing is what it is are mental?
The truth conditions? I don't know what you mean. Like, are you asking me? Is X equals X? Are you asking me is X equals X something that humans invented?
You're saying that a thing is what it is that kind of logical truth, right? Is kind of invented.
Well, it's because it is invented. We invented it based off of the observations that we make. So we look at an object and we could say, this object law of identity. Literally that simple. It's a description of reality.
Loki.
Yeah, well, look, the point is that it seems like what you're saying, that a thing is what it is in virtue of you thinking that it is what it is.
What?
Well, if something's been invented, right, like a particular truth, that means that it's mind dependent, right? Those are the truth conditions. What?
Not necessarily. Humans invented maps. Maps are still objective descriptions of objectively existent things, but maps were still invented. What we use maps for, like continents and states, just depending on where you live, were not invented, but the maps were. Logic is to reality what a map of the United States is to the United States.
Do you think there could be a map of something without it being intentionally made as a map?
I doubt it.
Yeah, I don't think that makes a lot of sense,
Which
right?
is why I
That's to
say
say,
that logic is invented by humans as a descriptor, a way of describing the consistencies and everything like that that we observe in reality. And this is why you can't just use one form of logic. Classical logic doesn't work at the quantum level of reality.
I don't think many people agree with you, but
Well, I don't really care what the philosophers might not agree with me.
no, logicians wouldn't agree with you.
They
But I mean,
do,
unless
actually.
you
I
consider
know
them
one
to be a
does.
subset of philosophers, right? Look, most scientists adopt the three rules of logic. I don't know any scientist, right, that thinks that a
I mean,
thing
you're
is.
talking to one now, and
Okay,
me,
so-
the scientist. So
Is an electron an electron?
Yes.
But it's in a lot of ways it's kind of not. It's just a perturbation of some field. We can call that an electron
Well, that's just a reduction. That's an eliminative kind of claim.
because that's what happens at this level of
But
reality.
that you're not talking about what I'm
abstracted,
saying.
not
I'm talking about, right? Look, if I say that all water is H2O, right? We can replace our phenomenal qualities of water with just H2O properties, right?
Which has
That's
the
a
same
limit. That's a
qualities.
limitative, right? That's a limitative in a sense, right? But what I'm saying is that something like A is holds true. A thing is what a thing is, independent of whether you think it, right? I think it's a mind independent truth. Now, when you use the word invented, right, to me that suggests a mind dependency.
Well, then I guess you're looking far too deeply into what I'm saying.
I'm trying to understand what you're saying, right? When
I think what you're trying to say is the notion of objectivity that you're assigning is something that humans developed. It's not inherent as a structure of the
Are there
universe.
any objective truths?
Sure.
Objective truths, yes.
Okay. Now, do you think it's an objective truth that A is A?
Yes.
Okay. That means that the truth conditions for A is mind independent.
Right. Humans still developed
Which means that
objective notions of truth, though.
well, that just destroys the subjective objective distinction.
Not really.
Well, I don't know what you mean by the subjective objective distinction, but other than if you're denying that, what it means to say objective is that it's true independent of minds, right? Then you say, on the other hand, humans construct objective truths. That's a contradiction on my view.
Just because humans invent things about the world around them doesn't mean statements about that thing has to be false.
No, you see, there's a distinction in philosophy between true subjective truth and objective truths. We're just talking about objective truths, right? The fact that I like ice cream is a truth, right? But
I
it's
know,
not,
the difference between objectivity and subjectivity.
I'm replying to what the kind
I'm sure he probably understands it as
well. Then he would understand it's a contradiction to say that there are objective truths in which we invent or construct.
Why?
Because the idea of invention is that there's a dependency relation, right? If I invent X, right, X's existence is dependent on me in virtue of me inventing it. Otherwise, I don't know what you mean by invent.
Wait, so humans can't invent maps?
Something can be objectively true based a priori, based upon the propositions you use to construct it.
I'm not disputing that.
Right.
That doesn't support you.
Right. Humans subjectively can do that with whatever system they wish to.
I don't know what that means.
We can manipulate objective systems through our subjective experience, can we not?
Are you saying that we can make changes in the world? Is that what you're trying to say?
Yeah.
Well, I'm not going to dispute that, but it doesn't mean that those changes are then objectively or subjectively true just because we make a change or we interact with the world, right? Like, for instance, if I let's say, move my phone a particular distance away from myself.
Yeah, 5 feet to your left, whatever.
Right. Okay. The location of the phone, right, and the fact that it moved, right, that truth is independent of my mind. But, right, it is true that just because I moved it, that there's the fact that it moved, what explained why it moved, has to do with me, right? But you see, there's a difference between the truth conditions of a statement versus what explains why that statement is true, or why it's there, the causal interaction with it. So when you say we invent truths, you're not talking about cause effect anymore. You're talking about truth conditions.
If you're asking why something is true in a propositional sense, it's because the propositions required for that statement to be true, the sufficiency conditions for that statement have been met.
Yeah, but nowhere did you say there a kind of mental condition, right? So you can have objective truth without having without appealing to mental facts or mental truths.
Okay, if you don't have a way of discerning between different propositional states, right? How are you?
I don't know what that means. You have to explain what that means.
If you didn't have a mind, right, that could distinguish one propositional state from another, how would you then determine whether or not a state is true or false?
If there was no mind, there wouldn't be me to determine anything.
Exactly.
Right. That's why I think.
But that doesn't mean there's no truth.
Well, the notion of truth rests upon your ability to differentiate.
No.
To differentiate one set of classes from another.
Do you think propositions are mental?
Generally speaking, yeah. If you didn't have humans, there wouldn't be anybody there making propositions.
So you don't think that it would be true that there would be not 8 planets prior to the existence of minds?
There may be
there to quantify it. There would be some number of planets. Go ahead.
There'd be no way to distinguish that set of objects from pure nothingness.
What are you? I don't even. That's an unintelligible statement to me. You're going to have to tell me what you mean.
If you, for instance, if you were to die right now and somebody were to ask the question of you, are there 8 planets in the solar system?
There is no me. What are you talking about? I don't exist.
That's kind of the point.
What does that have to do with the fact that there are 8 planets at the time where there are no minds?
How are there 8 if there isn't a human there to look at planets and count them and quantify that with a particular symbol or a vocal sound?
Before I move on, this is not controversial. This seems like,
for something,
I'm so confused why you're pushing back on this. Look, think about after a billion years, right? Was it true of the Earth, of the universe's the universe's inception? If there was one, maybe you don't think it was, but that doesn't matter. Just grant me that for sake of argument. Okay.
Sure.
Was it true that the universe was 1 billion years old?
By the measurements that we use, yes. That the amount of
I'm not interested in the justification. I'm interested in the truth conditions.
The amount. Well, truth is a thing that humans invented, based on.
You don't think there's any objectivity with respect to truth?
Well, we can discover things about our reality that are there and to happen independently of us, and then we can describe those as an objective truth. Yes.
Okay, wait. Are the truth conditions for truth? This is funny. Mental or non-mental?
I don't really honestly think it matters.
What do you mean? Like you're no longer interested in the conversation, or you think it doesn't turn on the notion of truth?
What we call truth was invented by humans. Truth wouldn't exist if humans didn't. Reality would continue doing whatever it is.
So nothing was true a billion years ago?
No, there was nobody to call it truth.
I'm not disputing that.
Whether or not they're true, false, understandable, measured, detected, quantified, all of that depends on humans.
You have
no quantification of reality. You have no measurement of reality. It isn't true. It isn't false. We're not saying that these things are false. We're saying you can't call them true. For the same reason you can't call them false, because there isn't anybody there to call them true or false.
The thing is, what's happening here is that when you're asking a question, say 1 billion years ago, when humans didn't exist, or when there was no agency to be able to distinguish between propositions, you have a situation now where you don't have an ability to distinguish between propositional states. As a result, the question of truth becomes a meaningless one.
This is gibberish. I'm sorry. It's just gibberish. When you say, what's the use? The fact that you could. What do you mean by distinguish?
Hold on. Are the set of truth propositions equal to the set of propositions for non-truth?
Let me understand your question. You're asking if the set of true propositions are this identical to what?
The set of propositions that are not true.
No.
Okay, so there's a difference between them, right?
Yes, there's a difference between a true proposition and a false proposition.
Right, and those two are non-trivial, correct? It isn't a trivial distinction to say something is true as opposed to
What do you mean by trivial
true.
in this context?
I can't arbitrarily say something is both true and false.
I don't know what you... Wait. There you can't arbitrarily...
You can't arbitrarily say something is true or false by virtue of propositional calculus.
I don't know what you're talking about. What do you mean by arbitrary in this case? Look, maybe you're not using the language the way I am.
I don't think so.
Let me ask a basic question, trying to minimize philosophical lingo. If truth depends on the ability of an agent to distinguish between propositional states, such as true and not true, right? If you don't have that system, right? If you don't have that ability to distinguish between something which is true and something which is not true, trying to ask about if a system is exhibiting some quality of truth doesn't make sense.
Well, that's a tautology.
What I would say is that truth is not some objective property that anything has. It's a description of something that humans give it.
Do you distinguish between objective and subjective truths?
Yep.
Okay, so what is objective truth to you? What does that mean?
Objective truth is something that holds true independent of anybody's thoughts, opinions, or emotions.
So there's a sense of truth that we can, in which doesn't have to do with human minds.
Well, it doesn't have to do with the ways in which humans might choose to describe it.
Does it have to do with human minds, or does it?
All truth has to do with human minds.
Then I don't know why you would accept the distinction.
Accept what distinction?
The subjective-objective truth distinction.
Because those are the ways in which we describe things, and whether or not that comports with observations of reality. The sun emits the electromagnetic radiation is objectively true. You don't have to believe it. It's still true. What we're calling true here is just a human's description of something that has been consistently observed and measured and detected in reality. If humans didn't exist, we couldn't measure stars. We wouldn't know what they emit. We couldn't state whether anything is true or false, regardless of the type of truth that it may be.
Look, I'm not going to dispute that you can't have that without agents, right? You can't have beliefs about what's true. Okay, that's not what's in dispute. If you deny the subjective objective distinction, or in terms
which
of
I
truth,
don't.
Well, you are saying that objective truths are ultimately can be understood in terms of mental facts about human beings.
What?
I asked you what you meant by objective truths, and then on one hand you said,
I'm not doing the conversation anymore. I'm confused.
Yeah. Okay, there is a lot of confusion, right? The point is that if you don't think... Now, Leo's saying that he accepts the distinction between subjective and objective truths. The way I distinguish that, the way I explain that distinction to someone...
Okay, I think I have a way to see... Look at this, okay? The subjective truth would be like, hey, Jimmy, who stole a cookie? I did. You know what I mean? An objective truth would be like, oh, hey, do atoms exist? Yes.
I just take that a subjective truth, those conditions in terms of what makes it true are going to be a set of mental facts rather than non-mental facts, right? So the fact that, for instance, the Earth revolves around the sun, that the conditions for that truth don't depend on beliefs or desires or any kind of mental facts of a human being. But stuff like maybe, like if you're subjectivist about norms, right? And you think that it's true that you ought not lie, right? Some people think that that's a subjective truth in virtue of the truth conditions being a set of mental facts that an agent holds at a particular time. So when he says that all truth, right, is dependent on the mentality or the way humans describe the world, right? That seems to eliminate the distinction, because then
I don't see how.
Well, you're saying, ironically, that the truth conditions for truth.
When you say truth conditions, are you talking about the things that make it true?
Think of it that way, yeah.
Okay, well, those are just objective properties of reality that exist independently of humans. We can measure those and then describe what we see as true.
Do you think that truth is something that depends on mind, or do you think that there are some truths that depend on mind?
All truth depends on mind. The reasons we might call something true don't. There's a distinction between a thing and how we
say that last statement again. That was a confusing statement for me. That
there's a difference between truth and the things about something that that it has, where we would say that this is true. The truth is a description of physical things. The ways that we describe physical things are independent of the physical things themselves. A map of the United States is
what do you take to mean a description?
A description, something that describes.
Well, that's informative.
Well, that's literally what the word means. I use words by what they mean.
Oh, look, I'm not going to dispute that.
Try to pull open a word and figure out how many different ways this could mean. I look at context.
I'm saying that's not informative to me. If I don't know what you mean,
I can't help you.
Wait, but you know what you mean. I don't. You can't help me.
Right?
Look, if I ask you, right, if you were to ask me, what do you mean by googly glock, right? And I say, oh, all I mean by googly glock is googly glock.
Is not a word like the word, say, describe.
I can mean something by it.
Yeah, but there is already an agreed upon usage of the word describe. There isn't for the word that you said. That's
describe. Look, the point is that describe is a difficult, ambiguous word. It's vague. Okay.
I would disagree.
Well,
if that's the case, every word is vague.
I think to support Danny's point, and perhaps to kind of what he's trying to allude to, is that you can refer to different things. You can refer to the same thing in different ways, right?
Yes, that's why I mentioned context. Like if I said, "Oh, I got to go train somebody's dog," we're not talking about a thing that's got some power unit on the front and a bunch of freight cars lying behind it. The context. You don't have to ask me, "Well, wait, what do you mean by train?" You can examine the broader context in which the word is used, and you should, if you understand semantics and syntax and grammar, be able to pull out of that what someone means.
Okay, well, I'll tell you why it's not easy to do this in your case, right? Because if you say that we have descriptions, right, that are true, that can either mean something like utterances, that could mean, or statements, that could mean also what you believe about a thing. So the way I describe something relates to what I believe about it, right? Or that can refer to propositions, which in philosophy, there's debate about whether propositions are something mental or at all, right? We use propositions to be able to establish that we have the same belief. You and I believe that we're on the internet, right? So we are on the internet is a proposition, and because we have the same, we have an attitude about the same proposition, is it that we're able to make the claim that we have the same belief. Now, that is going to be a big problem if you're saying that we think of two different propositions that are both, we are on the internet right now. So this is not as simple as you think, right?
I think language is pretty simple, and I think that most people know how to use it.
Well, I think that you're misusing the words. In the sense that
know for a fact I'm not misusing the words, because I can go to a dictionary, and the way that I am using them in the particular context that I'm speaking lines up with what the dictionary says.
Look, there are many definitions in the dictionary, right?
That's
that are being utilized in science, but science has a more technical note, like the word theory, right?
Exactly.
Theory has a very specific understanding. Yeah, theory is very technical. It's a more technical term in science than it is in colloquial use, right? I have a theory that we're going to eat breakfast tomorrow is not the same sense of the word as when scientists use. Same with conceptual analysis and philosophy of language, right? Descriptions is a very, very vague term in philosophy of language,
Well,
right?
maybe in philosophy of language, but like in the everyday stuff that's not philosophy of language is technical, and that's what philosophy does. They just ask asinine questions about things that aren't really related to what people are talking about.
The person that says, well, scientists are misusing the word theory, right? I just take theory. Evolution is just a theory. You're going to say, well, this seems like a double standard for me, right? All I'm saying, Leo, which is not that controversial, is that these are very difficult things to communicate, and so there's a methodology.
I disagree.
I'm having difficulty understanding you, right? And I'm very, very well versed in the technical jargon of these kinds of conversations, right? And I'm just asking you very politely, look, description is a vague term.
It's
okay?
definitely not.
Well, you won't even define it for me.
I did. It's that which describes.
Do you think that's informative?
Yes.
Do you know what I mean by informative?
That which informs.
Is it informing me?
I would hope so. If not, then it might be a problem on your end rather than a problem on mine.
Look, the point is, if you understand that I don't know the word description, right? So if you were to say something like, description is description, do you think that's informative?
In some senses, yes. It's telling you, hey, this is what it is. Doesn't give you much more than that.
I understand.
Even if minimally, it's still informing you.
I understand that what you mean by it is what you mean by it, right? But that doesn't tell me any new information.
I didn't use the word description as I used it as in what the word means.
I don't know what you mean.
Well, then I would recommend going to a dictionary.
You're
telling me what a word means.
You're telling me that you understand your meaning in terms of the dictionary definition of description. Is that it?
Yes.
Okay, so I'm going to use that definition
my language.
because rather than you telling me, I mean, this is just I don't know what's up with this. I can't believe I have to Google what you mean by a word.
Oh,
okay?
You don't have to Google the word. I don't have my definitions for words. I use definitions for words depending on the context that I'm using the word in. Almost all of them.
Okay, so you said that are you using the Google dictionary?
No, I don't think that they would really have different definitions.
Okay, so I can use the Google dictionary to understand what you mean.
Google doesn't have a dictionary. That would be the Oxford English Dictionary. So definition, a statement of the exact meaning of a word, especially in a dictionary.
Okay,
it's almost
so
like definition of definition is like
whatever.
What definition means.
Okay, a spoken or written representation. So you mean by...
That's exactly what I meant.
Okay, well, the problem with representation is that it's a tool. It's a thing that's being utilized, right?
It sure is.
Okay, but then the referent is not what's being utilized. So if the object is the notion of truth, right, or the world, right, some fact about the world, what we're saying and what we're inscribing actually itself doesn't bear any truth value. That's why you should not have adopted that definition.
I didn't adopt a definition. I used it as the word is defined because I love what words
going to help you in this context.
And you are, for whatever reason, not understanding what I'm saying, which I guess at this point I cannot help you.
I don't
Here
know
we
why.
are. For the last 10 minutes, I've been quibbling over what a word means rather than...
No, I'm asking what you mean, not what a word means. I'm asking what
told you for the third time, I don't use my definitions or what I mean by a word. I use what the words actually mean in the context.
You think words actually have meanings?
In particular contexts, yes.
That doesn't make any sense to me.
Well, not to you, but it sure as hell does to me. And
you're not. I don't think you could make sense of that.
Well, I can. It makes sense in my mind.
Look, do you think the sounds coming out of my mouth have actual meaning independent of my intention?
They can, yes. You can say something and not intend to say it, and it still has meaning.
So you don't think that what establishes the meaning of a word is the way you use it or the way people use it?
That generally speaking, yes, but that doesn't have to be the case. It's not necessary.
Well, tell me. I mean, I don't know any example. I don't know any example of a word of a sound, right, that has meaning in itself.
Neither do I.
Well, you're asserting that it has actual meaning.
We prescribe what words mean. we have
what I'm
agreed
saying.
upon.
But look,
Yeah,
you, say,
and
you
we
don't know
have
how you're
agreed
using the word
upon
actual. What do you
prescription.
mean
Yes,
by
I do.
actual?
Actual, I mean what it's defined as. You see, you keep thinking I'm using the word in some like esoteric way. No, you just examine the broader context of what I'm saying. That should be enough. Communication isn't hard.
No, it
At
is
least
very
not for me.
difficult in these conversations, right? You're not
It's
being
not
a
for
good.
me.
You're not a charitable interlocutor at this point.
Well, that's your opinion. Or do we
No,
need
the
to talk
point is-
about what the word opinion means in this context?
Well, you're just saying it's merely my belief that I'm not justified in thinking in that, right?
What?
Isn't that what
was a
you mean?
joke.
Isn't that what you mean? That I just am asserting that you're not a good interlocutor?
I'm not going to quibble over what the word opinion means.
Well, that's what the definition is.
I was being facetious.
Okay, well, the point is that when you say truth is that which we describe, right?
Well, that wouldn't be what I would say. I would say truth is the state of something, is the way in which we're describing a particular thing in a particular state.
Truth is
like a star emitting electromagnetic radiation. We can describe that as true because it's something that has actuality in the physical world.
If I'm not mistaken, I believe he's referring to the correspondence theory of truth, although I might be incorrect there.
I mean, that's useful, right? I think there might be problems with the correspondence theory of truth, especially I think if you're a physicalist. But
there's issues with every theory of truth, but you take.
Right, but I'm saying the kinds of problems that would motivate you to adopt a different theory of truth, right? But not just I agree that generally speaking, it's very hard to escape a problem with respect to any epistemological view, right? But or theory of truth. But the point I'm making is that so if Leo, is that what you're saying? You're giving a correspondence theory of truth?
I don't know. I don't reduce most of my philosophies on knowledge and truth to one particular philosophical model because I think that some of them can be restrictive and might not capture all the aspects of what I would consider.
That's fair. So but are you familiar with the correspondence theory of truth?
I believe it states that the truth is that which corresponds to the actuality of the state of affairs being described.
Yeah, something like that. So
yeah. I would argue in most instances that's what truth should be taken to be, but I also understand that there are instances where you couldn't really have truth in that sense.
But I don't see where description falls into that theory. In the case where you do
what we're calling truth would be the description of the way that things actually are. If a human is communicating something that actually describes what it is, we would describe that as being true.
Okay, well, this doesn't. I mean, if you agree that there are some cases in which truth can be modeled in the correspondence form, right? Let's bracket the cases where you think that doesn't apply. Sure, okay. Let's talk about the places where you do affirm the correspondence of theory of truth applies. Okay, there's no room for description there.
Yes, there is.
Look, no correspondence theorist.
I would argue the truth is the description.
Wait.
Oh,
okay.
Boy.
That's. I mean, immutable. Are you saying "oh boy" because does that make sense to you?
Yeah, that's gonna get issue. That's gonna get.
It doesn't make any sense, Leo. And honestly, like,
well,
look,
to you, it doesn't make sense.
I know you're being a little combative, but
no, not really.
Okay, well then I'm misperceiving your intention, right? But the point is that
happens frequently.
At this point, right, we might have some kind of real substantive dispute, right? But what you're, I mean, I don't mean to sound condescending. If I say something stupid in science, which I don't know, you know a lot more science than I do, right? That's fine. But I'm not saying to take my word for it or to take me as an authority, but literally there are real problems of what you're saying, okay? And
maybe in philosophy there is, but it's cool. Philosophers have been debating everything since the beginning of time, so.
But the point is that we don't want to say that truth is a description if you're adopting the correspondence theory of truth or a case in which that kind of theory applies. You have to. I mean, it just doesn't.
It seems to me that's what the correspondence theory of truth is.
No, what it is something like this, right? Some proposition is true if and only if there's some state of affairs that correspond with that proposition.
Okay, so that proposition and the truth of it is describing the actuality of that state of affairs.
Okay.
Like, so if you did not have the state of affairs, you couldn't ever claim it as true or false.
Okay, but let me point to, look, I do like you, Leo. Okay, I didn't like you in the beginning, but I think we're doing better in terms of a personal relationship, right? But this is why when I ask you what you mean by description, it seems now you just mean proposition. Okay, but we see propositions are not
maybe I don't know.
Okay, well,
I don't often look into the words that I'm using this much because I kind of just assume that people.
I can just tell you what I mean.
Because I kind of assume that people know what basic words mean.
Look, how do I say this without
debating language is one thing I hate rhetorical arguments. I fucking despise rhetorical arguments.
I don't think.
Or rhetorical discussions, I should say, where it's just quibbling over what a word means, how you're using it, this, that, and the other. Because I am very particular with how I use my language already. So looking into it more deeply is not doing yourself any good.
Look, in terms of finding a good theory of truth, this is a difficult question that there's no established fact over, right? And I'm just saying there's a long history of jargon and technical terms to help in the quest of which theories are virtuous and which ones should be discarded, right? And so all I'm saying is that description in philosophy is contrasted with a different kind of proposition called prescriptions, right? So if you're so that's how it's used in my world, okay? That there are prescriptions and there are descriptions, okay? So, but the problem is that I think that propositions can either be descriptive or prescriptive. Now, what this means is that the way that you're using description is very different, right? And that means that you might be using the colloquial notion, as you've alluded to the dictionary, right? But the colloquial notion understands descriptions as representative, right? But classically speaking, propositions are not considered representative. So language has a representative or symbolic aspect of it, right? But propositions do not, okay? So this is why I know it sounds like I'm just a broken record asking you, what do you mean? What do you mean? What do you mean? What do you mean? Right? Or tell me the meaning. I know that people have done that to me before I understood what the implication of what I thought or what I meant, and it was really annoying, right? But I'm just saying that there's reasons for why we should use particular understandings of these words in order to help us at least get to a disagreement, right? Because I don't even know we have a substantive disagreement yet, because you're just using the terms so very differently than I am.
One of the many problems with human language.
Well, yeah, but we can help each other in terms of what we mean. I don't mind using the word description as a substitution for the word proposition.
I can't say that that's what I was doing. I don't think the word description and the word proposition could ever be synonymous.
Yeah, I agree with you, right? But you see, the correspondence theory of truth is talking about propositions, not descriptions. And you affirmed something like it, okay? So the point is I think it's correspondence theory of truth is one of the most common forms, commonly held, I should say, theories of truth, because it's very useful, okay? It's very useful to talk about truth in this correspondence kind of way. So if you're using that kind of model, that theory of truth, then what you're talking about is not technically descriptions, you're talking about propositions. Now, if you're not talking about the correspondence of truth and you want to cling on to this notion of description, then we have to move on from the correspondence theory of truth. No, Leo, it could be that you're not interested. In which case, I would prefer to leave you alone.
No, I'm not really interested in semantical debates about what words mean.
I don't see the conversation as having to be like that, but I understand I really do understand the sentiment.
I'm just tired now. That took a really long time.
I don't mind going into philosophy, but it is interesting.
Mm-hmm.
You think it is interesting? I mean, you guys have to understand that many people feel the same way, like the way I feel. I'm just describing how I feel, so don't take it too seriously, right? But when if you want to understand how I feel, at least right now, or when people are very dismissive of what I'm trying to say, it's like when a young Earth creationist attacks the science, like scientific methodology. That's how it feels, right? Whether I'm right or wrong is a different question. I could be wrong, right? But when you say, when some young Earth creationist says, "Oh, evolution is just a theory," right? It's just not doing justice to what you mean by theory and what science deems as a good theory or a theory that one ought to discard, right? And in the same way, then when I'm asking, what do you mean by description? Because in philosophy and conceptual analysis, and description has a very specific meaning, right? And it doesn't seem like the way we're using it is the same way you're using it. And so if you're using it in this way, there's all these other issues that we want to avoid.
I feel like doing that is if somebody says, "Oh, you know what? So and so have been talking for a while. It's my theory that they're gonna start dating." And I say, "Well, what do you mean by theory? Because it's science. It's got a specific." I think everybody knows that examining the broader context of that statement, obviously that particular technical definition of the word theory wasn't being used, and this is why I keep going back to context.
I think this is just a very nice way of you saying that I'm not being charitable to you.
No, I don't think that at all.
No, but you're saying that
because I don't think that your intent is to be rude or disrespectful. I think you were being.
That's not what I mean
think
by
you were being
charitable.
very genuine.
Okay, well, what I mean by charitable here is that I'm not doing. I could be doing more to understand you.
Well, I'm a very hard person to understand because I have Asperger's.
You're telling me
and
that
I already
what you
use language in a very, very particular way that people sometimes can't already understand. So I'm not honestly surprised.
That's fine. I'm just saying that you're telling me that your use of description is just an obvious meaning.
I would say that within the broader context I would be using it, I would think that it would be more.
Well, I'm saying that when I use the word description, right, I just mean something that states that how things are, something that represents how things are, right? But I'm telling you that no theory of truth, not pragmatic theories of truth, not both epistemic and non-epistemic, coherentist views of truth found. The one that we were talking, correspondence theory of truth, will ever use the word description, right? They use different. So I'm just saying that, look, maybe I have something to contribute in terms of a better way to communicate these ideas.
Well, I wasn't in any way, shape, or form arguing for one theory of truth. So how a word might be used in any of those theories, and the what's what I'm looking for? Not disconnect, not differentiation.
I think one of the problems that might occur in this case is that in philosophy, and I do agree, there's a very peculiar kind of way that philosophers use words and make distinctions among certain kinds of terms.
Like with any discipline.
Huh?
I think this is true of any discipline, though. Scientists use specific jargon. Sociologists use statisticians, right? Use specific terminology. But go ahead and finish your point.
Yeah, my point is it draws upon that, but it's the point that suppose for a moment we were to be embracing of your criticism and actually utilize it within our discussion. My point of interacting with other people on this platform, right, is to try and address and to understand why people believe what they believe, and if so, and if I think it's wrong based upon a set of empirical data, right, to try and describe that in a way that can be understood mutually between both parties, right? So, despite how many layers of accuracy and precision you can have by embracing, more and more nuanced and accurate forms of logic and ways of talking about the world or talking about these structures, to some extent it kind of gets lost, doesn't it, if the point is so nuanced to be understood only with the people.
Look, there's a meta to the discussion, okay?
Well, sure.
If you want to learn, if you want to talk about the chess, and I'm someone that I don't want to say I'm a chess master, but I'm someone that plays a lot of chess. It could be very well that I'm really bad at it, but I'm someone that plays chess, and you're someone that doesn't play chess often, right? There's the rules of chess, right? And then there's the meta of chess, right? How the methodology also, right? And all I'm saying is that you've entered, right, this game of chess with me. And all I'm saying is don't sacrifice your queen, right? And you're telling me, well, this is so restricted to a point where the game has lost its meaning, right? And I just don't know. I don't know. I mean, this is a very loose analogy, but the point is that when we're talking about what truth is, you've entered the arena that I play in, right? And that many professionals have played in, right? And I'm just saying that, look, there's very good reasons for why you shouldn't sacrifice your queen. There's very good reasons for why you should not understand this concept or use this word to denote this concept.
Right. Scientists, from what I understand, tend to use, mostly for sake of convenience, the correspondence theory. And
I think so. I think that's true. I think correspondence theory is largely the dominant view. It's a very easy view, I think, to kind of just be quickly acquainted with and utilize, right?
Right.
But I mean, the point is that there's still you could adopt a theory of truth like that, a correspondence theory of truth, and then yet we have to deal with the distinction of subjective and objective truth, right? Because what the truth conditions are under the correspondence theory will be some kind of correspondence, right? Some kind of matching, right?
Sure.
And so, but then we can still talk about how mental phenomena play into the world in terms of what's possible, right? So, for instance, if there's a qualitative state, right, or I should say, better yet, an experience. That's what I mean by qualitative state. If there's an experience, there are certain conditions for this, right? There has to be a mind, right? There could not be an experience without a mind, right? So there are going to be a set of, if it is true, if there's some state of affair in which there's an experience, there's implied other states of affairs based on the meaning of experience. Okay?
Right.
Okay. So now the thing about experiences is that there always implies a mind in order to make that proposition true, right? Whereas, take something else like an electron. If there's a world in which there's an electron, right, the truth conditions do not involve a mind, right? They don't.
Right.
So it's true if there's a mind, given all these other, that there's a part that has a specific AMU, a specific charge. You know, you're much more well versed on what the truth conditions might be in this case, right? But the point is that none of them involve a mind. Okay? So this is what philosophers usually take to be something like the subjective objective distinction with respect to truth conditions for a state of affair. Okay? So if I said if X believes Y, there must be a mind. That's what I mean. A mind. There's a mind dependency there. So we might say that it's subjectively true that I believe that we're on the internet, right? But something like there are 8 planets, right? There are no truth conditions, I think, to make that true. There are no other truth conditions that involve a mind. So that's what I want to say, objective truth. And that's all I was trying to say, Immutable.
No, I get it. I mean, I think what people might perceive, especially people coming from a more scientific standpoint, is that while I agree that there's a more nuanced discussion to be had in terms of the meta of these kind of things about what type of theories of truth should be adopted and how carefully we should be using and endorsing our language, I think fundamentally, to use your game of chess, because I do play chess a little bit, I'm not overly skilled in it, but with creationists, I mean, I think it's apt to say that we're not focused on, we're not even talking about strategies in regards to which pawn should you move first in order to, win in 9 turns or something like that. Like we're not considering, strategies that are advanced, so to speak. We seem to be arguing with creationists over the more basic elements of chess, like how many pieces actually exist on a chessboard, or what are the permissible moves that can be made on a knight or a bishop.
I'm out of here because I haven't eaten in like 7 or 8 hours, and I'm fucking hungry, and I'm tired of having headphones
Good night,
on my
man.
head.
Right,
Right, peace out.
Yeah, well, look, the point is that with all due respect to Leo, right? He just was so off in terms of how the language, right? And he was saying things that did not make any sense to even, I think, a non-philosopher, right? Or someone that's not so interested in philosophy, right? That maybe I misunderstood him, and that's fine, right? I don't want to talk about Leo too much now that he's left, but the point is that how I felt like when I was describing what the difference. Okay, do you know who Cosmic Skeptic is?
Yeah.
He says a lot of dumb stuff. Now, I think he's getting better, but one time he was someone asked him, right, whether he thought that there was objective morality, right? And I think Matt Dillahunty said something like this too, right? He said something like this, that given our goals, there's an objective truth about what we should do. Okay?
Yeah.
Now, do I have to explain the error in that, right? Based on my understanding of subjective, objective truths, right? The error is that if I want to get home, I should drive a car. Well, that's true. I should drive a car, right? Otherwise, walking is not feasible, and I don't have any other modes of transportation. So, car is what I should do, right? Now, he's saying something one like Dillahunty and Cosmic Skeptic, right, are saying that I should drive a car is objectively true because it's sort of a derivative of a goal that I have, which seems to follow, right? But they're abusing the language, right? Just because it follows from the fact that I have a goal to get home does not mean that therefore it's subjective, right? Because if it's true that I should drive a car, the truth conditions once again involve a mind, right? So it's an abuse of the words, right? It's a total abuse. Now, I don't know if he's changed his mind, but people do this all the time, right? And I hear it so often, right? And so I'm just sitting here trying to like blue in the face saying, look, what do you mean by objective? What do you mean by goal? What do you mean by subjective? It gets really annoying. But what I'm trying to point out, right, and maybe in a failed way, right, is that you need to think about these terms that you're using, right? If you say that it's an objective truth that you ought to drive your car, right, think about what objective means. Oh, doesn't depend on any subjects. Well, you derive the ought from the goal. That goal is namely of the subject. So how is it that you're saying this is objective? They're just not thinking about the term. You know why I think, now this is going to be a little bit of speculation, I'll admit, but he was in a debate, when atheists are asked the question, do you believe in objective morality? It looks bad to say no, right? It looks, because then the usual, what the Muslim or the Christian is going to do, right? Oh, so you don't really think that eating babies is wrong in an objective way, right? And so it's a way of saving face, right? That's speculation, I'll admit, okay? But so I don't exactly blame him. Like, I don't really, in the sense that, like, I think that it was wise to twist the words that way given his debate. But you know what I would have done if that Muslim apologist, I think it was a Muslim apologist, asked him, I would have asked him a rather infuriating question, right? I would have asked him, oh, wait, you just asked me? Wait, so he would have asked me, do you think that there's objective moral truths? I would have just asked him, what do you mean by objective moral truth? Because to me, that's incoherent, right? Rather than, why would I spend the time answering a question that, like, he's asking me, like, do you believe in square triangles in a Euclidean plane, let's say? I'm like, what the hell do you mean by square triangle, right? So people do this all the time, right? And it's very, very infuriating on my end, right? When if I just get them to think about what they're saying, it seems like there's just another motivation for saying the words.
I mean, I think Matt, I don't know, right? Like, it's speculation on my part to try and, you know, ascertain what level of depth he has in terms of, you know, philosophical, you know, being philosophically adept. I think he's fairly well on philosophy.
This is to me this is the equivalent of asking whether you're a good basketball player or a good chess player, right? It's hard to say that someone is like uncomparatively a good or a bad basketball player, right? It seems like for me, my notion of a good debater or someone that's very adept in philosophy or adept in chess is just a relative notion for me. Now, relatively speaking, he's dog shit. Okay. Now, that's because I'm surround myself with philosophers and philosophically like-minded people. To the average person, he's a genius. Most average people don't even think about any of these questions, right? But I'm saying, with respect to professional philosophers, Matt Dillahunty is an embarrassment. Okay. And there are many Christian philosophers, or I should say apologists, right, that are embarrassments to the field, right? So, and maybe there's no real disagreement, right? Because I have different criteria for what it means for someone to be a good debater or someone that knows philosophy, right? I take myself, despite getting a degree, I still feel like an amateur because I've encountered with so many brilliant philosophers. I feel so inept. Is that the right word? I feel I just don't feel as good. Yeah. But when I'm talking to D'Angelo, I feel like a fucking god. Like so. I mean, it's just like, but no. My personal view of Dillahunty is that he does not really know what he's talking about. Nor does Cosmic Skeptic. Now, I have more than the average person, but that's not going to be a good criteria that I'm going to hold.
I think the point that Dillahunty and Cosmic Skeptic are trying to achieve is that they're interested in teaching people at a basic level, because really this is what, this is a lot of like the level that people are going into. I mean, people are kind of, to some extent, interested in basic philosophy if you present it and you flavor it in the correct type of format. But I don't think a lot of people, just really have the interest or compunction to engage philosophy in a professional level. And I don't think...
Same with many other disciplines, though.
Right.
The way I see it, it's a little bit of an almost, I don't want to say a niche thing, but it's kind of not something that there's the amount of philosophers in the entire world is significantly lower than the amount of people in the world. And the people like Matt Dillahunty and Cosmic Skeptic talk to, it's okay. Stuttering a bit, but
what he's trying to express, I think, is that the number of philosophers overall, right, that are that are professional and engaging and active within this field, in comparison to like the number of lay people that casually kind of engage philosophy as maybe a hobby or maybe as something that, oh, this would be nice to study or something like that, right, is significantly low, right? And
disproportionate, you're saying?
Yeah.
Well, isn't that true for any specialized field, like the amount of microbiologists?
Yeah, it is.
Well,
and
sure, but,
the thing is that the people that Matt Dillahunty and Cosmic Skeptic and others are talking about all the time and saying these people are wrong are often like portraying it as this thing that is like really clear and isn't what it is, which is a like specific field. You know what I mean?
I don't think
I actually don't know what you mean, but I think that I'm not blaming you for it. So you're saying something like, what are you saying? I want to understand what you're saying.
It's okay.
My point, I think, is I don't think that when Dillahunty or Cosmic Skeptic or any other like atheist atheist voice, like common atheist voices in the community, are making content in regards to providing refutations to apologists, that their intention is to create arguments that are akin to that would be produced by professional philosophers.
But he presents very poor arguments, though, right? I mean, very poor.
To the perspective of somebody who engages in philosophy at a professional degree, yes.
Yeah, but like I just feel like you have to understand, right? I'm trying to appeal to your knowledge of the sciences. It feels like a kid playing with a chemistry stat in many cases, right? And it's not, and it's worse because Dillahunty is motivated, right? It's not like I don't even see that you're motivated, immutable, right? So the point is that you're, like, he's not only does he not know what he's talking about, but he's highly motivated. Now, I've seen him discuss with professional philosophers, right? Like Alex Malpass, who I do, one of the few philosophers I respect with respect to debate and the kind of the debate community and debate Coliseum, right? There's a guy named Alex Malpass, right?
Yeah, I've interacted with him before.
Oh, he's great. Very hardcore atheist. He knows what he's talking about. Not only does he know what he's talking about, he's humble, and will listen. I mean, did you hear his debate with T-Jump? He eviscerated T-Jump, right? And still in a way that like most people wouldn't be able to identify because he's so sweet, right? That guy, I would totally be his apprentice, right? But the point is that Dillahunty is not such a person that anyone should look up to. Anyone, right? And it's any more than a kindergartner should look up to like some kind of middle schooler that playing with a chemistry set, you know?
Right, but I mean, what you're judging people on is their ability to to me at least, what you're judging them on is their ability to create philosophical arguments at the level of which you would expect a professional philosopher to
not
engage
even.
in.
It's that it's just their mainly two things, right? Number one, whether they're motivated, okay, and number two, like not good motivation. Number two, their reasoning capability. So those are like the two necessary conditions for me. Like if you can't, Dillahunty cannot reason. He cannot reason, right? Now, of course, well, again, that goes back to the relative, like good, bad basketball player, chess player, right? Now, I think he's I've talked to him, right? He's a horrible reasoner, right? And and just so you know, I don't think this means anything to you, but in my circle, right, of people that are interested in philosophy of religion, right, who are mostly atheists, we laugh at. He's a laughing stock, right? And I'm telling you that if you had experienced the same thing as I did, right, you probably come to the same conclusion.
Okay, I mean,
all right.
But I don't know what the topic is anymore, but the point.
To the audience that Dillahunty is trying to communicate with, right? His intention, as far as I'm aware, is to kind of equip people with a basic level of philosophy that is able to counter common apologetics claim and to fend off misinformation.
Wait, no, but he's himself misinformation, right? Like it's like this. Who I was inspired to do philosophy? You know how I became an atheist? You know how I got interested in philosophy? You know what it started with? Ken Ham.
Jesus.
Right? It was only because of Ken Ham, right, that I am interested in this whole thing, right? That I have come to really, really powerful arguments against the existence of God that I even mentioned in the room, right? And Ken Ham is an idiot, right?
Oh, yeah.
Okay. Mm-hmm. And I'm saying that Dillahunty, well, he's a little bit better than Ken Ham, but Dillahunty is probably on the same playing field as Ken Ham, right? Now, I know how bad you think Ken Ham is, right?
Oh,
Dillahunty is basically Ken Ham, but except he has most of the science right. Okay, so that's how I view him, right? Now, and when you imagine me saying, well, Ken Ham is all he's trying to do is refute, disinformation that the atheists and the evolutionary biologists are putting forth, you would be pulling out your ears, man.
Well, yeah, I mean, I think the point, though, is, for instance, right, what is the goal that somebody is trying to achieve, right? Like, in the case of
With respect to Ken Ham, he thinks he's spreading the gospel and the truth.
Well, sure.
So
And
does Dillahunty.
Yeah, I mean,
okay.
I think with respect to the general arguments that most apologists makes, he does a decent job in.
Oh, I so disagree.
In refuting them.
Oh, I think he does a horrible job.
Really?
But I mean, I think
okay.
It makes me want to pull out my ears right now. I mean, I thought Ken Ham provided good arguments at some point. I mean, like, I was inspired by Christian to do Christian apologetics because of Ken Ham, right? You know, I don't know. I don't know if we're disagreeing immutable, and I know I'm really acting really passionately, but I'm just telling you that if you look up, I just don't look. I guess I should just say this, right? I don't look up to people like Dillahunty. I think Dillahunty is a moron, right? But I think there are other atheists like Oppie, right? Graham Oppie, brilliant, absolutely brilliant, right? Compare Alex Malpass to Dillahunty. You know, there was a conversation between a guy named Jay Meisler, what's his name? Matt Dillahunty and Alex Malpass. They talked about presuppositionalism, right?
Mm-hmm.
And you can kind of get a sense of how clueless Dillahunty is there, because Jay Meisler and Alex Malpass are very familiar with the literature and with the arguments, and they were just talking about presup, right? I mean, it's just like, I guess, I don't know. I think I'm just saying that you shouldn't look up to people like Dillahunty.
Yeah, I mean, I guess. I mean,
I don't think it matters, but I guess going back, it's just kind of infuriating. Now, I think I get along pretty well in this room personally, but I'm starting to see a trend that, and I'm not speaking just to you, but it seems like I see the future now, that I'm going to be dismissed because this is not a philosophical question. Philosophy is just the study of anything that we can know to be true. That this kind of dismissive attitude, right? And not that, like I said, I don't think you're characterizing me. I think you're very charitable, and I think you're being genuine when you're engaging with me. But this notion that philosophy people hate philosophers. It's all fun and games, but y'all are really, really, really philosophically deficient, right? And I know that sounds very arrogant, right? You don't even have to agree with me, right? But I'm saying that if you talk to any philosophically inclined theist, they will. I mean, it's going to be difficult to get any point across, right? I know that came off as arrogant, but
the thing is, though, is that I'm not trying to be philosophically literate, right? That's not my primary interest with engaging these creationists.
Yeah, I know. There's a way of disputing them on a empirical level, okay? But let me tell you how I see this. Although I think you could be effective, right? And I think that nothing what you're saying is technically false, right? Let's say someone says that I have evidence of a triangle with 5 sides, and if you look at this particular observation in DNA, right? You'll see that there's such a thing exists. Okay, that's what I hear. Okay, so and then you're gonna see, and it seems like what you guys, the way that you approach the issue, you don't. It doesn't, to me. You don't approach the issue fundamentally, right? Because here's the problem, right? You can the concept of a triangle with 5 sides is unfalsifiable. It doesn't matter. You could grant them any physical fact, any observation about DNA, anything you want, right? Anything they want, sorry, and show them that this just doesn't make sense, right? What the hell is a square triangle, right? Or what's a disembodied mind, right? What the hell is that? That makes no sense to me, right? And so while you could dispute, let's say they say something, look, this square triangle, this triangle with 5 sides exist because of this fact about DNA, and let's say that they're wrong about the fact, right? They don't, that they said something false about about DNA, right? I mean, I guess it's just, I'm not saying that your methodology is any less or more effective or even wrong or anything like that. I'm just saying that it seems on my side of things, right? If you would just wouldn't it just be easier to say, okay, whatever, I can grant you whatever kind of physical evidence you want, right? But how is that going to establish the existence of a triangle with 5 sides, right?
Right.
Okay.
To me, what you described is what I try to do with people, right? What I try to do with people, like with Otangelo, right?
Yeah.
His main argument is about DNA and about cellular complexity and all this other, fancy stuff that occurs at the molecular level that governs cellular behavior, right? And it's like, okay, fine, that's perfectly cool, right? And it's like I can grant him whatever he wishes, right? It doesn't matter to me. But it's a matter
I think
of
it's a good approach.
But for me, it's a matter of like, look, Otangelo, I can give you whatever you'd like me to, right? But the point is, right, even if I were to grant you that DNA is literally a code, whatever the fuck that means for the time being, right? Show me now how DNA having a property of being a code, right, necessarily implies that God must exist, right? For me, it's a matter of trying to get these people to connect, the argument together, right? Because I think Otangelo has an idea.
I'm with you there. Yeah, I'm totally with you.
Like I think I have no doubts in my mind that Otangelo probably has a way of rationalizing those two facts in order to get to the existence of God. But to me, it doesn't compute, right? It doesn't make sense how you're jumping to a necessary conclusion about DNA is a code, therefore there must have been a designer for that code.
Yeah.
There's a quantum leap there in terms of.
I used to run this argument. I ran all of it, right? And it was, and you have to understand how they feel or what what's going on, right? To them, this is what they're. So, I mean, maybe I don't have to insult your intelligence. Do you know where they're coming from with respect to this DNA business?
I mean, they're coming from the perspective that creationists have lied to them with it.
No. Yes, but no, that's not what I'm talking about.
Oh, right, go ahead. I mean, I was never a creationist, so.
Okay. So, you're right. They have that background, and I think that background may have something to do with what I'm about to tell you, but they look at DNA as the same. The way they experience, so to speak, DNA is exactly the same kind of feeling that you would get if you saw a spaceship on a different planet. Okay?
Oh, sure. Okay.
Right. Mm-hmm. Now, when you tell them, right, that if you were to both go on this planet, I think I've been through this argument already, and say, oh, that spaceship there could have been a naturalistic explanation, that you understand that at that point there's a wall, right? There's just a giant wall because everything in their being is screaming spaceships are created intentionally, right? Mm-hmm. So this is the wall that must be overcome, right? And I avoid it, right? I don't usually. I mean, sometimes if I'm bored, but it's like, to me, overcoming that intuition is just too difficult. They will say anything because their very existence cries out that DNA is like spaceships and spaceships are created. And
the issue I take with that, right, is that no matter how bad you want your compunction to be, and in fact, me and Otangelo were talking about this the other day, and it's a point that I don't like making with Otangelo because it's an uncomfortable point, but it's one that can't be overstressed, right?
Uh-huh.
Is that relate to this tangentially, is that when we make arguments, like when you refer to a professor, be it Christian, atheist, whatever, right? That's all fine, right? You are citing somebody who's credible in the field and can speak about the relevant subject matter. That's fine, right? But that shouldn't be something that's drawn on per se as the argument, right? What you should be doing is utilizing the data that's available to make an argument. But the more important point for me is that the universe doesn't give a fuck about what you think is rational, right? The universe is what it is. I mean, to me, I compare it a lot to like.
Well, I disagree here, right? In a sense that I don't think it's particularly irrational to say that DNA or life was designed because it seems designed, right? I'd actually, as long as they understand that it doesn't necessarily follow, I don't think it's irrational.
No, what I see as irrational, right, is to hold a belief that you cannot substantiate. And this thing about
no, I disagree.
Our frameworks differ then. But in my case, where if somebody says DNA proves God, right? But then they will argue the way Otangelo would like to argue this. To me, that is irrational, right?
I think he's irrational. Yeah.
Yeah. The way in which he is trying to argue for his particular pet notion of God, right? To me, at least, seems insufficient to achieve that goal, right? And as a result, the fact that he still holds that belief in spite of that analysis, and in my mind, my analysis of it holds true, right, is irrational.
Well, okay, so I agree that many of the ID theorists are making an invalid inference and thus irrational. But there's a big distinction between saying, that seems designed, I'm going to believe that it's designed, but I understand that it's possible that it's not, right? And what explains my belief that it's designed is it's the way that it seems. There's nothing irrational about that, on my view, right? But
the thing is, though, right, is that, for instance, if you were to be back in a period of time, like say like the Persians or the Egyptian period, right? You could argue the point that, like, what explains my belief that the Earth is flat, for instance, right, is the fact that every direction I look, right, appears to be flat, right? There does appear to be this sense of this continuous, almost unending stretch of space, this unending expanse that goes before me. It doesn't look like there's a sphere of vision everywhere I go. It doesn't seem like this particular proposition is correct, right? That what I would expect of this thing to be true doesn't seem to match my observation, and so I will conclude that that thing is incorrect. That the Earth is in fact flat, and I would say in that case the person's being rational. But the point is that,
well, I wouldn't even say that, right? I think you're dismissing the third category.
My point overall, right, because it's a very simple point, is that the best of rational, the best of rational inquiry can give you, right, can still cause you to generate false conclusions about the world around you.
Are you saying that you can have a justified false belief? Is that what you're saying?
Yeah.
Yeah. There's no problem with that.
You can justify a belief strongly, extremely strongly, and that belief can still turn out to be false.
Yeah, that's fine. The point is that I don't think that it's if you understand that your belief is explained rather than justified, you can hold to it and not be irrational.
The thing is, though, is that you can explain, for instance, like with the God hypothesis, right? The God hypothesis can explain anything at all, but then again, so can pixies, so can goblins, so can unicorns, so can whatever you want to imagine it to be.
Well,
right?
I don't know about that. I think that at least, what do you say, goblins generate predictions, right? So they can be disconfirmed.
A goblin can be a goblin can be proposed as an explanation for why the sky is blue, if I so desire.
Right, but goblins generate predictions, so you can just confirm them.
Well, I mean that's the thing, right? I can't generate any predictions for God.
Right.
I don't know what that type of universe or what that type of activity would look like.
Yeah, but I think this is a problem for every intention.
I don't know. I mean, I think, for instance, that, like, if you were to ask, like, okay, we have something that claims to make cars. What should we expect to find, like, as characteristics of those cars, right? Well, based upon, if you have some knowledge of what the process is to make those cars, you would predict certain features, and you might even say, as a caveat, right, there's going to exist some level of variation within this overall schema of what this car, looks like.
Yeah, I'm just saying that I don't really think that minds generate predictions, and it could be that you have some kind of perception of an intention that builds a kind of background knowledge. But even then, like if there's any kind of skeptical dispute, right? There's not going to be. You can't appeal to observations.
No, I mean, in science at least, mathematical models are what generate predictions.
Really? You don't think? Do you think horses generate predictions?
Generate what? What?
Do you think horses generate predictions if there's one in my house?
Sure.
And
Yeah,
you
they
would
do.
say that's ultimately mathematical?
I would say it's computational.
I guess I don't know what you mean, and not, yeah, like computational. Like I'm just saying that I have a concept of a horse, and if it's actualized, there's certain things I would expect to see, right? Like
Right.
I would see fur. I would see,
Yeah.
all pony
Right.
tail.
Pony-like
Okay.
features. Yeah.
Yeah. Okay. And so, well, the thing about the belief that let's say just take any belief, like the belief or desire to make a car. What does that generate?
Well, that's the thing. I mean, the notion of, like, to me at least, I'm most comfortable talking about predictions as it pertains to, like, the scientific method. Because with the scientific method, what predictions, like, what it means to make a prediction is to have a mathematical model that can predict some phenomenon.
Okay, so you acknowledge that there are other ways to make predictions.
Oh yeah, sure. I mean, I'm just referring to.
But even in there that are scientific.
Yeah.
Okay.
Yeah, the types of structures that allow for predictions to be made scientifically, right, from the standpoint of a scientist, is mathematical structures.
Well, and also there are going to be other things, right?
Ultimately, our conclusions draw from the mathematics.
Okay, maybe in terms of laws or theories. Is that what you said?
The types of, I'll use this term very loosely, the types of behavior we can expect from a system is dictated by mathematics.
I think I know what you're saying. It seems agreeable.
Yeah, the extent to which we can claim about a thing is dictated mathematically.
Well, the point is that if we're predicting behavior, we're relying on kind of a regularity with respect to the behavior in certain context, right? And those can be modeled, right? And that's what I call a scientific theory, or maybe even a law of some sort, right?
Right.
Yeah, that seems agreeable.
Yeah, and I'm saying, like, for me at least, because I endorse mostly a scientific methodology when I approach these conversations, is that the notion of a god, right, at least the one that's been presented to me, it doesn't seem possible, or it hasn't been presented yet, right, that this hypothesis of a god lends itself to any kind of useful predictive generation.
I'm totally on board, right? But that's not going to be that's only going to be a good response for someone that thinks that it's a scientific issue, right? Like a young Earth creationist.
Right, and the reason I go after the science usually, right, is people like Otangelo think that they're clever when they go after things like DNA or cosmology or the origin of life or things about fine tuning or stuff like that, right? Which, to me at least, echo that ultimately, like, what you're wanting to argue is a scientific issue, and in that case, right, that there's a conceptual barrier in terms of how you're going to understand the information, but also in terms of how skilled you are in terms of logic, in terms of the ability to, argue something rationally or reasonably.
Wait, I got lost in the last. I don't know what you meant at the tail end of that. So I understand, from what I understand, maybe this is what you're saying, that when someone thinks that it's an evidentiary issue, like something that could be confirmable or disconfirmable, right? Something like the God hypothesis, right? I would just say, well, what predictions? How is it what predictions does it generate? And if we were not to be able to confirm those, would that mean that God doesn't exist? Right? Is that what you're basically
right?
Right. Okay.
when people bring up, for instance, like the fine tuning or the fact that DNA is a code or something like that, right? The question I like to ask people in response to that is, how does that particular fact, right? Because I grant the existence of that fact. How does that particular fact, being true, get you to, I believe in God, right? How do we go from...
Are you saying how does it justify a belief in God, or how would it explain your belief in God?
How is that belief? How does that belief relate to the belief in God, right?
Because I don't fault people. I don't fault people for looking at nature or understanding certain constants and realizing how quote unquote delicate they are, right? And then saying I that just causes me to believe in a deity or in a God, right?
No, I don't think that either. I think
okay.
The issue I take, right, is when people say, like, DNA is a code, therefore it must have been designed by an all-powerful transcendent.
That's irrational to me. That's irrational because the inference is not an inductive one, right? And if it's deductive, it doesn't follow, right?
Yeah.
We're in agreement.
And to me, like the crux of the issue, and I think it's something intelligent, ID proponents don't like doing very much, and it's hard to do, right? I mean, it's not something that you can just do overnight, but it's a matter of, like, look, if you're talking about God in this kind of scientific sense, right, then what you should be trying to do, what you should be trying to sway me of, right, is predictions about the natural world that are concordant with the God hypothesis over any other hypothesis, right? Like, if a creator God exists, I should expect, I don't know, I should expect that there exists life on planets that share similar properties to that of planet Earth, right? Whatever parameters you choose are significant in quantifying that, or something like that. Right, the prediction about the world and having that being confirmed is something that
I want to say two things. Right, number thing is that the first thing is that atheism cannot be substantiated in the same way. Right, atheism generates no predictions. Right, so right, okay, so that seems obvious. I didn't think you would dispute that. The second thing is that there's actually kind of a fallout with respect to this view, because I do hold to the view that God is not falsifiable, and so it's not a sort of thing that can be confirmed via our observations. But here's the weird thing for me. Let's grant them all of the empirical data of the Bible in a literalist way.
Right.
So there were talking snakes, the Adam and Eve existed, all of the prophecies were fulfilled, Jesus resurrected, he walked on water. With that all happened, right? It's gonna be weird. I agree. Ultimately speaking, there's not gonna be an entailment, right? That if the Bible all the events of the Bible came to pass, right? That therefore God exists. There's an intuition here, right? That there's something to talk about with respect to someone saying that it would be irrational for someone to think or infer from this data that God exists. That because many people are gonna, like, probably even you and I, right? If we saw Jesus resurrected, we saw the talking snake. If we could go back in Neil deGrasse Tyson's time machine, and go and see all of the empirical observations of what the Bible is, I couldn't help but think that Christianity is true.
Sure.
But it's just so weird to say that I wouldn't be justified, right? And to me, that's the only unintuitive fallout of what we're saying.
Yeah, sure.
Okay, well,
for me, I mean, and once again, I mean, I acknowledge that correspondence theory has limitations, but for me, I would see it as rational because of having observed those things, right? As
what's rational?
Earth being created in 6 literal days, there was an ark that housed.
Rational to believe in the creation narrative in the
right.
literal sense. Okay. I didn't know what you're saying was rational, like belief in God or the belief in the narrative, because the narrative, even if all of the, and remember, what I'm granting is not all the truth of the Bible. I'm granting all the empirical observations of the Bible.
Oh, yeah. In that case, right? I mean, I can accept all those facts, right? That I can imagine accepting those facts, right? But I can imagine that those facts are concordant with a different narrative, one that's not, postulated by the Bible under
exactly. That's the so this is the problem, right? Of an intentional explanation altogether, right? Because our observations are consistent with all sorts of narratives, right? And even if talking snake, talking donkey, all the kings, the priest at Baal, the Ark of the Covenant, the list goes on and on, all the way to the resurrection, the ascension to, after the resurrection. If we saw all the empirical data, it's just going to be, it's still something that still bothers me, that it's not a rational thing that's going on, right? Ultimately speaking, most atheists wouldn't even think that, right? So I think that's what we're committed to, though, right? So the way that we come, if we're justified, ultimately speaking, in the existence of God, it's not going to be because of empirical data.
For me, at least, like the resting issue, right? What I believe has to be based upon something that is true, right? So for me at least, I feel obligated in the sense that I cannot make a belief, I cannot generate a belief based upon something that I know to be false, right?
You don't think that's possible?
For me, I don't think I can substantiate such a thing.
Well, I think it's logically possible that could happen. Otherwise, you're just saying that someone can't be irrational in the sense that they could have contradictory beliefs.
It's not that. My point is, I guess, for me, holding a belief for something like pixies exist, right, is a view that I would not hold by virtue of the fact that I believe fairies do not exist, right? That is, I have a propositional attitude about that state of affairs that tells me that is false.
Okay, but that doesn't mean that therefore you can't believe the negation.
Personally, I can't.
Well, I don't know what that means, right? Because you don't know how doesn't mean you can't.
I'm saying for me personally, like as the person that I am, I can't compel myself to do that.
Look, I mean, you're just telling me you don't know how, but it doesn't mean you can't.
Oh, I mean, I can fake myself into belief all that I want to. I just won't.
But it doesn't mean you can't.
I can't by virtue of volition.
Well, I don't even know if I don't think that's even true, right? I think I'm using logical possibility.
I sustain from holding a non-true belief.
Okay, well, maybe this might clear things up. So let me translate what you're saying. It is logically impossible that I freely choose to believe something that I don't already hold to be true, or something I hold to be true to actually be false, or something, or vice versa.
Yeah.
Wait, so what's the contradiction? If there's an impossibility with respect, like if there's a kind of contradiction, what are the two propositions that are contradictory such that it can't happen?
It's not that there's a contradiction that's occurring, right? It's just that for me, I don't think expending.
Are you saying highly improbable?
I'm saying impossible, being beliefs that I know to be false.
Yeah. Once again, there's a contradiction then in these two propositions, right? Something like, I know X to be false. I believe not X to be true. That has to be contradictory. But those are two different propositions, so they're not contradictory. You're gonna have to do some work to show why they're contradictory.
I don't think they're contradictory. I think one of the principles I operate on is that something that is known to be false shouldn't be.
But you could fail.
Sure, right? I mean, I allow that of myself, right? It's the ability of me to hold something as true or false, right, is inherently limited by my epistemological system to substantiate.
That's not even true. Like, there are no laws with respect to beliefs like this.
No, but there is a
What do you
sense
mean by
in which-
limited is a code word for necessary. It's a constraint.
not the way I view it, but I can see where you get that.
Yeah, the point is that if you're limited to doing only XYZ, right, it's necessary that you only do XYZ.
Right, although part of that means that using a certain process in epistemology, I may not be able to substantiate specific beliefs I have.
What you're saying is, look, what you're disputing. There's a name for this, right? Is something called doxastic voluntarism, right? And I know where your intuition is coming from, but the doxastic voluntarist, people that reject it, are saying that you can't voluntarily choose any of your let me just phrase it differently. A believer in doxastic voluntarism is going to say that you can voluntarily believe things, right? That it's always going to be possible to voluntarily believe things, right? So if I believe that the sun is a star, right? They're saying it's possible that I could believe the sun is not a star.
Right.
Right, so you're just disputing, but I don't see anything contradictory about doxastic voluntarism, right? Even though it's highly unintuitive.
I see something wrong with it, even though I can't point out what it is.
That's fair. It is kind of it sounds very nutty, but I thought about it, right? I don't think that there's a logical contradiction to be held there.
It could be, and it could be that, my
in which case you could just say that I'm just very, very confident, or it's highly, highly improbable that if I know that the sun is a star, that I could believe that the sun is not a star.
Yeah, I suppose I could do that. I mean, for me, it's in colloquial speak, I typically just call it impossible.
Well, yeah, if impossible cashes out to just high improbability, the fact is that it can happen.
Right. What you're referring to is there being an issue if I choose to negate an aspect.
Yeah, but do you know there's actually? I know it sounds like a trivial point I'm making, but there's so much that I think hinges on that question, right? Because if there's impossibility with respect to how your beliefs interact with one another, then I think that has huge implications on whether you you even have free will, right?
Well, I don't. Yeah, that's a whole different rabbit hole. I mean, to summarize.
Yeah, I'm just saying that it's not a trivial point I'm making, right?
No, I agree.
It plays into other issues with respect to agency.
No, I agree. I mean, we can discuss this at a later point because I'm getting a little tired. But personally, I mean, like questions of free will, I'm a determinist, so I mean, I don't believe in free will.
Why aren't you not a compatible? I'm a determinist as well, but you should just be a compatibilist.
I am a compatibilist.
Well, then you do accept free will.
No, compatibilism is a form of determinism, isn't it?
Oh my gosh! Look, trust me, I'm an authority here at this point. Okay, I'm just telling you what the views are, right? I'm not telling you what you should believe. I'm just telling you what the views are. Compatibilism thinks that there is free will and that's compatible with determinism. Okay, incompatibilism is the view. There are two views that kind of stem from incompatibilism. The most common one is one common side of it is that if free will is true, determinism is false, and so we think that there's free will. Those are called metaphysical libertarians, right? And then there's the hard determinists, which agree with the metaphysical libertarians in that if determinism is true, then there's no free will, but they think determinism is true rather than free will, right? So those are called hard determinists, right? These are people like Churchland, Richard Rorty, blah blah, Sam Harris, and then there's compatibilists, right, who think that there's a notion of free will we can preserve, and it's compatible with our notion of determinism. So
right.
if you think that we're free, that there's like voluntary action, that is right, and we're still determined, right, you're just a compatibilist, so you accept free will.
I think free will exists in a very limited fashion, although I think it exists.
Okay, but then technically you're still a compatibilist.
Yeah.
Okay.
But part of it too is that I reject the notion of self. Is that I reject the notion of personal identity as well.
Well, that's tricky. Like in the Humean sense.
I reject the notion of self in that if you were to kind of go through and ask me why did I, and the choice of I is deliberate here. Why did I choose to eat chocolate ice cream, for instance, right? I would contend with the notion of I, with the notion of self kind of being attached to that notion.
Well, let me describe Hume's view, and I think this might be your view, right? Something like this, right? Hume, when he was introspecting, he said, I understand my qualitative experiences. I think he called them impressions, right? There's these impressions and ideas that I have. There's these beliefs. He used different terminology, so bear with me. I'm paraphrasing. There's all these mental states that I have access to. But while I'm like looking through all these sorts of mental states, I don't see this thing called the self, right? So, and in that sense, Hume rejected the self. Nietzsche was also somewhat inspired by this, right? That Nietzsche thought that you are just ultimately a collection of drives, not anything. There was no this like a kind of thing that was the self, like. And so, yeah, is that what you're kind of saying?
I'm saying that if you were to take a snapshot, right, of a person, right, if you were trying to take a snapshot of a person's mental state, for instance, like, I am really enjoying this ice cream. Like, man, the chocolate ice cream is just great, right? Neurologically and I guess even philosophically to some extent, there is a sense in which when you notice that, right, like when you become aware of that sensation, right, is not something you would call the present, even though it feels like it. In fact, you're recalling a moment that's occurred very, 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 very slightly in the past, right? But part of your brain, part of your sense of being and continuity, corrects for that and tells you, no, it's what I was 5 seconds ago is still the same. What I was, what I am now. But the process of like self-identification is referring to a past state, not a current one, right? And in that sense, the notion of self that you're referring to, right, isn't something that actually is. That's at best an illusion.
Yeah, it doesn't seem like you're not. That doesn't imply anything like a Humean view, right? Because I do agree that if mental states are reducible to brain states, there's no self. I agree with that, but I think that might be what you're saying. You're like.
I think that the mental states I think that a person is a collection of mental states and the environment interacting with each other.
Well, that still leaves room for the self. I mean, it just depends on what you mean by self. Look, when I say I like this ice cream, right? Yeah, there is a problem about, well, how do you find I, right? So then we could describe it as that there's this mental state that interacts with other mental states that in a network, right?
Yeah,
that has a kind of affinity to
self-identify,
this ice cream or whatever, right? That has that there's a better way is that there's a reason for to actualize something in the world. So when I say I want ice cream, I'm saying that there's some reason, there's a reason, right? So I'm not talking about the self per se, right? There's a reason in which to actualize something in the world. But yeah, the I is very elusive. I think that I might be inclined to say it's a primitive term, But I do agree with you that if we understand all mental phenomena in terms of the brain, that eliminates the self, right? I think there's a view called eliminativism, right? I think that it is self-defeating, though.
In the
Because,
sense of,
well, you couldn't believe in eliminativism because beliefs are kind of psychological folk concepts that need to be replaced by a better, like, so you wouldn't be able to. There's no sense in which you do believe in eliminativism, right?
Yeah, I think that even if you could demonstrate with beyond the shadow of a doubt that the notion of self, whatever that means, is false, you would still have to act under the presumption that the notion of self exists, at least in a functional sense.
Yeah, but that seems so strange to me. I mean, I just don't know. It seems like to say that something is an illusion is to recognize that because, like, even when I have an illusion of a mirage, and this illusion of the water's there, and once I recognize the illusion, right, doesn't mean that the phenomenal qualities have disappeared, right? The phenomenal qualities exist, but they just don't really track what I take to be in the world. So
it's kind of like what you're describing, I guess, is the point that even if you know, like, for instance, if you've seen like magic, like magicians swirling a flaming baton or something like that, even though you know that it's not actually a circle of fire, right? Even if you understand the logic behind the mechanism forming that illusion, you still see the illusion.
Right. There's still qualities, right? That those experiences are still, they still are. They're still in existence, right?
Right.
So, but this doesn't really map very well onto if you were to say that you are yourself, you're an illusion, because for there to be an illusion, there must exist a mental quality, right? And so if you're saying that mental phenomena are ultimately illusory, right? Then, but for there to be an illusion, there needs to be mental phenomena. So it's not even illusory. It just doesn't make any sense to me.
I would say, and this comes more from an evolutionary perspective, I would say that the notion of self, right, albeit an illusion, comes about it from the desire of an organism to survive.
Yeah, I think that was Hume's view, sort of, right? That what a self is a bundle of mental states, right?
Yeah.
A bundle of desires and beliefs, right? And that's kind of like my view, although I'm starting to get in the corner of it being a primitive term, like something that's not further logically reducible. But the point being is that I think it's unintelligible to say that those things are illusory, right? My desire is illusory. Well, there's still some mental quality that is supposed to represent a desire that exists, and why not call that a desire? Then if it is, then it exists.
Yeah, I guess. I mean, at this point, my mind is, yeah.
Well, you have no mind, remember? You're not actually tired. It's illusory.
The series of colliding chemicals is starting to slow down, and it's starting to slow down in rate.
What does that have to do with you?
Nothing, I guess, but I'm just going to call it anyway.
I'm just pulling your leg. Good night if you have to go.
Yeah, man, this has been fun. I'm sorry you didn't have as pleasant as a conversation with Leo as you were intending to.
I think Leo is. I think there's something about me that really makes certain people wall up, and I don't blame them, but at the same time,
I mean, I think you have a valid perspective to offer to people in terms of being more precise and thinking more carefully in terms of how we should argue things. I do think philosophy is kind of interest to the community. I mean, we have people like Nicola and other people like that do have that interest. I think the primary interest of me and Speed, however, is more so in kind of addressing the scientific notions of what
Yeah,
these
that's
people
fair.
are
That's
addressing.
fair. But I mean, it's just hard to avoid, because I think what is science is ultimately a philosophical question, and they're making the claim that this stuff is science. So I think that while you can address all of the issues, with respect, hey, is it past? Did you watch some movie?
I just watched Greenland.
I knew you watched a movie. It's been about that. It's around that time. Now it's your bedtime.
Yep, I'm going to sleep. You guys gonna hang in here for a while yet, or what the fuck?
I think we're done.
Yeah.
Okay. I'm going to sleep. Anyway, Greenland was pretty cool, actually.
What was it?
I'm not sure if you heard the conversation that Daniel had with Leo, or if you want to call it that, but
I heard.
that was
I kind of zoned out on a little bit of it, but I'll review it tomorrow and straighten you guys out.
straighten us out.
Yeah.
Yeah, Daniel's gonna straighten us out and have us become more adept at philosophy.
Are you referring to me as Daniel?
Oh, Daniel.
Because there's another person named Daniel, and I don't know where.
No, I mistook it for okay.
Not that I care. I'm just saying I'm making sure that. Because
No, Danny. Yeah. I'm referring to the same person.
Okay.
All right. Good night, guys.
All right. See ya.
Are you ending the stream, Mutable?
I guess so. I gotta talk to you. You know that?
Okay, we're gonna end the stream. Goodbye, everybody in the world.